Quorum being present, the committee will be in order. The committee is meeting today to consider 20 bills. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Any requests for recorded votes may be postponed. I now recognize myself for an opening statement. Good morning to everyone, and thank you for being here. First off, I want to welcome the newest member of our committee, Representative LaMonica McIver, who is joining us from the 10th District of New Jersey. We're glad you could join us, and I know we all look forward to working with you for the remainder of this Congress. Now for the business of the day, we have 20 bills under consideration, many of which have broad bipartisan support and are the product of a lot of hard work and discussion between the staffs and members. I'm proud to say that these bills reflect our shared commitment to securing the homeland. I commend both sides of the aisles for their important measures and collaboration dealing with the issues ranging from improving DHS operations and policies to promoting greater transparency to directing increased attention to certain threats and issues. I support all of the bills under consideration in today's markup, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. I now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I too would like to welcome our newest member, the Honorable LaMonica McIver of New Jersey, to the committee. Congresswoman McIver succeeds to late Donald M. Payne Jr., whose impressive record on this committee will serve as a model for her moving forward. Congresswoman McIver is a proud daughter of Newark, New Jersey, where she served on the City Council and as City Council President. This committee has long benefited from having Brick City's member of Congress on it, and I look forward to Congresswoman McIver's contribution to the full committee and the Border Security and Enforcement and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Protection subcommittees. Turning to today's markup, the committee will be taking up 20 measures, the most ambitious markup of this Congress. 6 Democratic measures will be considered today, covering cybersecurity, transportation security, and the accreditation of DHS's basic training programs. Congressman Lou Correa's DHS Basic Training Accreditation Improvement Act requires the Homeland Security Secretary to report to Congress on the accreditation status of each of the department's basic training programs. As the committee heard last Congress from the director of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, accreditation, quote, assigns rigor to training process and results are the best product, end quote. The full House adopted a version of this bill last Congress, and I'm pleased to see it in advance again. Representative Robert Garcia sponsors H.R. 9469, the Pipeline Security Act, that aims to more explicitly codify the TSA's administrative pipeline security role with particular focus on cybersecurity. In the wake of 2021 Colonial Pipeline ransomware cyber attack, TSA has issued a series of security directives to protect pipelines. This measure would also direct the TSA administrator to produce a personnel strategy for carrying out the pipeline security mission, including developing more cybersecurity expertise. H.R. 3386, the Balls and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act by Representative Katie Porter, would help make sure the needs of those traveling with babies are better considered at TSA's checkpoints. The bill directs the TSA administrator to issue our update guidance to minimize the risk of contamination of breast milk, baby formula, juice, and related products. The committee will also be taking up a variety of cybersecurity measures. Representative Clark's measure will codify DHS's cyber internship program, which provide paid internships to students from a variety of secondary schools, technical schools, community colleges, and universities. Such opportunities not only help DHS fulfill its cybersecurity mission, but they also provide invaluable experiences for the students. Representative Menendez's bill would enhance the ability of DHS and CISA to engage with allies to advance shared cybersecurity goals by authorizing the Secretary, with the concurrence of the Secretary of State, to station DHS personnel including CISA employees overseas to collaborate with international partners. Representative Swalwell's Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative Act would clarify and formalize existing CISA authorities to provide a forum for public-private collaboration to defend cyberspace. CISA launches the JCDC in August 2021 and comprised of CISA, federal partners, and private sector entities, and has served as the hub of the federal government's collaboration with the private sector on a range of cybersecurity issues. I applaud the excellent work of our members and staff to get us to good places on a vast majority of the measures to be considered today. I recognize, though, that today's committee's markup is just one stop in the legislative process, and I look forward to continuing the conversation on several of the bills today. Unfortunately, though, two bills on today's agenda failed to advance the committee's mission to keep the homeland safe. H.R. 5729 would prevent the Secretary of Homeland Security from benefiting from diverse outside perspectives on intelligence issues. Tying the hands of the current and all future secretaries of Homeland Security from establishing intelligent advisory boards does not make sense unless you live in the echo chamber of right-wing conspiracy theories. Trying to win short-term political clout among mega extremists should not motivate Homeland Security policymaking. Similarly, H.R. 9731, the Tipping Off Terrorist Act, would expose sensitive national security information to our adversaries in order to stoke fear about border security. House Democrats do not oppose transparency and accountability in the statistics DHS provides Congress and the public about encounters along the border. However, this measure would give terrorists and transnational criminal organizations an inside track every month on DHS's screening practices and focus, since who is considered special interest is a dynamic assessment made according to the threat landscape. Committee Democrats refuse to recklessly betray our solemn vows to preserve, protect, and defend our great nation. Before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, similar to the committee's markup just 2 weeks ago, millions are preparing today for what is predicted to become a hurricane at landfall. Currently poised as our tropical storm, Helene, is a reminder that preparedness at all levels is key, and members of Congress need to do their part in making sure FEMA, states, and locals have the capacity to respond to disasters. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Our members, other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record and without objection, and by agreement between the chair and ranking member, the committee shall use an amendment roster today.
Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized.
Reserving the right to object, and I will not object, would the chair please explain the agreement regarding the amendment roster? I yield to the chairman.
And I thank the gentleman and all committee members for agreeing to use an amendment roster. We have agreed that the bills be open to amendment at any point and that we will take up the amendments in the order listed on the roster. The chair will allow members to offer amendments listed on the roster out of order to the extent practicable and in a manner not prohibited by the House or by the committee's rules. Amendments not listed on the roster may be considered at the conclusion of the consideration of the roster.
I thank the chair for this explanation and withdraw my reservation.
Pursuant to notice, one other note, we got a lot of bills today, and normally I like to give a little grace on the time, but I want to ask everybody to try to stay in your 5 minutes as much as you can today. It's going to be a long day if we don't. So, pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9752, the Tren de Aragua Southwest Border Security Threat Assessment Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9752, offered by Mr. Lilota, to require a Homeland Security Southwest Border Threat Assessment on Tren de Aragua and associated strategic plan, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lilloda, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Chairman. House Republicans have met the moment on the border. We've passed numerous bills to help secure our border, including H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act of 2023. But we also have a lot of bipartisan support for our bills. We've passed off the House floor 12 bipartisan bills that help us fix the border. Recently, we passed the No Bailout for Sanctuary Cities Act, my bill, which would ensure that sanctuary cities do not get additional funding for the problems they're creating. But today we have another opportunity to ensure a more secure border and hopefully get votes from both sides of the aisle on a very good common sense bill called the Tren de Aragua Southwest Border Security Threat Assessment Act. Tren de Aragua, an international criminal organization dubbed MS-13 on steroids, has arrived here at our doorstep and poses a direct threat to the safety of Americans everywhere. Tren de Aragua, or TDA for short, is an extremely violent transnational criminal organization that originated as a prison gang in Venezuela in the state of Aragua. Over the past few years, their reach has extended beyond Venezuela's borders and into our own neighborhoods as they seek to exploit weakness at our southwest border. In fact, since fiscal year 2021, nearly 870,000 Venezuelans have been encountered by U.S. Customs and Border Protection nationwide, and over 117,000 of them have been flown into the interior of the United States under this administration's mass parole program. Just think about that for a moment. This administration is facilitating the invasion of America. And within this group of 117,000 unvetted Venezuelan nationals are members of TDA who pose an imminent danger to our communities. This isn't just a talking point for politicians and cable news. It's a threat like never been seen before. It's here and it's real. Shockingly, a recent incident saw over 100 suspected TDA members cross our border in a single event, and they were not just crossing. They assaulted multiple law enforcement agents as they rushed the border. It's clear to me, Mr. Chairman, that TDA is not afraid to use violence to achieve their objectives, and this makes them a direct threat not only to our communities, but to those who have sworn to protect us. Recent reporting by the New York Times detailed how this gang has emerged as a new menace in New York City, where TDA's presence is becoming more and more apparent every day. They are operating within migrant shelters across New York City, where they recruit new members and operate with little to no oversight. In fact, in June, a 19-year-old Venezuelan migrant who admitted to being a member of TDA shot 2 police officers when they tried to pull him over while he was riding a scooter. Despite efforts by local and federal law enforcement to keep track of these criminals, the number of TDA members who have been arrested are just the tip of the iceberg. Currently, the NYPD has identified 24 confirmed TDA members in the city's criminal gang database, but we know the actual number is much, much higher. The TDA gang has members hide in plain sight. They communicate through encrypted messaging, and they move silently, making it incredibly difficult for law enforcement to track them down. But let's be clear here. They're not just isolated incidents of these crimes. They're part of a larger organized efforts to destabilize our communities. That's why my legislation is so needed. My legislation would require the Department of Homeland Security to conduct a comprehensive Southwest border threat assessment that would identify the criminal threats posed by TDA members who have entered our country and the threat posed by TDA members seeking to enter the United States illegally. It also mandates that DHS develop a strategic plan to mitigate these threats and prevent TDA from proliferating into the United States. We need a proactive approach, one that recognizes the evolving tactics of these criminal organizations. Texas Governor Greg Abbott recently designated TDA as a foreign terrorist organization, recognizing the severity of the threat. It's time for us, Mr. Chairman, to follow suit with decisive action that puts the safety of American citizens first. New Yorkers, particularly those in my district on Long Island, have experienced firsthand the terror inflicted by criminal organizations like MS-13. We must not allow TDA to establish a foothold in the United States and bring a similar wave of violence. I want to thank my good friends and colleagues on this committee, Congressman Diaz-Esposito and Correa, for partnering with me on introducing these bipartisan legislation. Let's send a clear message today. The United States will not be a safe haven for violent criminal organizations like TDA. I urge all of my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation to protect our communities, defend our borders, and ensure that American safety always comes first. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Correa, you're recognized.
Chairman, I'd like to be recognized to talk about this legislation, Tren de Agua, Southwest Border Security Threat. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to co-sponsor the Tren de Agua, Southwest Border Security Threat Assessment Act that's being considered before us at this moment. As I've said many times in this committee, we must do everything we can to protect the homeland in every specific community. And to do so, we need to gather the facts and intelligence on specific threats facing the homeland. And this legislation will provide Congress with the information on the threats posed by Tren de Agua, the transnational criminal organization from Venezuela that has been gaining prominence in the United States in recent months, terrorizing many communities, but especially many immigrant communities. This bill directs the Secretary of Homeland Security to submit to us, Congress, a threat assessment on Tren de Agua and an associated strategic plan to fight these threats, as well as threats from other transnational criminal organizations. Both the threat assessment and associated strategic plan are due to Congress within 1 year. We all want to make sure our communities at home are safe, that the homeland is safe, and this bill ensures that DHS has a well-informed strategy in place to protect our communities, our neighbors, from Tren de Agua. I want to thank Rep. LaLota and Rep. D'Esposito for working with me on this legislation, and I ask my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Mr. D'Esposito, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank my good friend from Long Island, Mr. LaLota, and Mr. Correa for spearheading this bill. There is no question that the border crisis and terrible policies such as sanctuary cities have allowed violent gangs like Tren de Agua to flourish in the United States. To effectively combat gangs just like this, law enforcement professionals need better information. This bill is an important first step, arming the government and law enforcement with the information it needs to go after criminal organizations, specifically Tren de Agua. This bill will require DHS to submit to Congress a Southwest Border Threat Assessment regarding the violent gang. The threat assessment must include identification of current and potential criminal threats posed by members and their affiliates who are seeking to unlawfully enter the United States of America through the southwest border or exploit security vulnerabilities along the southwest border. Descriptions of their origins, strategic aims, tactical methods, funding sources, leadership structure, and growth and presence in the U.S. will be critically important to dismantling them. It requires Border Patrol to issue a strategic plan on how CBP intends mitigating the criminal threats identified in the threat assessment, as well as CBP's efforts to detect and disrupt this violent gang. Closer to home in New York, the New York Post recently published an article titled, "How New York City Sanctuary Status Allows Bloodthirsty Migrant Gang Tren de Agua to Thrive in Big Apple Shelters." The article says that sanctuary city status allows the gang to flourish in migrant shelters and further hamstring cops while keeping immigration officials and other law enforcement professionals in the dark. Quote, "The gang has infiltrated the shelter system to build a criminal enterprise that peddles narcotics, smuggles weapons and women within the 5 boroughs and beyond to Long Island. But the restrictive policy largely bars the New York City Police Department from policing the facilities and prohibits the city from tipping off federal immigration agents about dangerous illegal immigrants. The gang has been blamed for sex trafficking, drug smuggling, police shootings, and exploiting migrants." Mr. Chairman, this is a perfect example of bipartisan legislation in order to keep this homeland safe and dismantle violent gangs. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Hearing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 9752, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it, the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9722, the Catch Fentanyl Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9722, offered by Mr. Higgins of Louisiana, to establish a pilot program to assess the use of technology to speed up and enhance the cargo inspection process at land ports of entry along the border.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to offer remarks in support of my bill, H.R. 9722, the Catch Fentanyl Act. It's a pilot program created under this bill that would allow CBP to test and evaluate new technologies for deployment at U.S. ports of entry with the goal of improving the efficiency and effectiveness of our screening at U.S. ports of entry. We must not give in to the false dilemma that we must either choose speed or security at our cargo inspection points. With this bill, we can and we will. We have the technology to improve both the failure to streamline wait times for commercial traffic, while at the same time detecting illegal drugs and controlling the smuggling of illegal drugs. As our adversaries and criminal organizations get more sophisticated, and indeed they have, in their means of distribution of dangerous substances like fentanyl, which is poisoning Americans at the rate of 100,000 a year, our efforts must remain one step ahead to protect the American citizenry without compromising privacy or constitutional protections and encouraging legal transit and commercial travel. Despite record-breaking fentanyl seizures at and between ports of entry over the past several years, the fentanyl crisis continues to devastate communities across the United States. To put the scale of this fight into perspective, from May 2022 to May 2023, CBP seized nearly 28,000 pounds of illicit fentanyl. Yet during the same time period, over 112,000 Americans lost their lives to fentanyl poisoning, a staggering reminder of the human suffering wrought by this crisis. Congress has invested billions of dollars in federal funding to enhance non-intrusive inspections. This technology is needed at our ports. However, only a fraction of the commercial trucks, passenger vehicles, and sea containers are scanned using the technology. It's likely that record seizures are just barely scratching the surface of the total amount of illicit drugs, especially fentanyl, pouring across the border. An example of this occurred during just a 4-day period in September, when CBP officers at a single port of entry seized over 1.5 million fentanyl pills. Over 1 million of these pills were seized in a single car. How many other vehicles were carrying fentanyl across the border that day undetected? We'll never know. The answer should be zero. However, sadly, we're in a position where, being overwhelmed, CBP is no doubt allowing a tremendous amount of fentanyl into our country, is killing our citizens. So this bill addresses the technology that's needed by CBP to both allow streamlined commercial traffic, legal transit, while at the same time intercepting fentanyl. I thank my colleague from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for joining me on this bill, and I appreciate the Chairman Green for joining the bill. I respectfully encourage the committee's support for the legislation. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Would anyone else wish? Mr. Magaziner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to join Mr. Higgins as a co-sponsor and co-lead of the Catch Fentanyl Act, which is being considered today. The overdose epidemic touches all parts of our country, including my home state of Rhode Island. And we need an all-of-the-above approach to addressing this crisis. That includes real investments in mental health and treatment. It includes a law enforcement response to address those who are trafficking fentanyl and other dangerous substances into our country. This bill will establish at the Department of Homeland Security pilot projects to test promising new technologies at ports of entry to help detect contraband, including fentanyl, illegal weapons, and human trafficking. As we all know, most fentanyl that comes into our country comes through the ports of entry. And while significant investments have been made under the Biden-Harris administration to improve technology at ports of entry, we need to continue to stay ahead of the curve and adopt whatever the cutting-edge technologies are that can help detect fentanyl from entering the United States. So the pilot projects that this legislation would authorize include the use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, quantum computing, and other emerging technologies to stop fentanyl at the border, increase the efficiency of inspections, and also potentially reduce wait times for legal commerce at ports of entry. This bill includes provisions to ensure that DHS prioritizes the most effective, cost-effective technology while also safeguarding data privacy. So once again, I'm pleased that Congress and the Biden-Harris administration has prioritized the disruption and supply of fentanyl, combating the opioid epidemic in our country by seizing fentanyl at ports of entry and in making investments in technology at the ports. But we need to stay ahead of the curve. We need to do more. We need an all-of-the-above approach because one life lost to overdose is too many. So this bill will help DHS continue its fight against deadly drugs like fentanyl and other synthetic drugs by using innovative technologies, improving effectiveness of inspections, and stopping contraband from entering our country. So I thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their support of this bipartisan bill, and I thank all the brave men and women who devote their lives and put their safety at risk to save the lives of others in combating the fentanyl epidemic. And I thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, if I...
Yes, Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Just briefly, I'd like to commend Mr. Higgins and Mr. Magaziner for this legislation. I appreciate the fact they came together to do this piece. Just very quickly, when we had a chance to go to the border, the Democrats did several months ago, one of the most exciting pieces of what we saw was the technology that was being used to essentially x-ray the trucks and how effective it was. I think the AI angle, though, is a big step in the right direction because they were just reading it, they were just using human eyes to do it. And AI is more effective, actually, in detecting, in this instance, contraband than the human eyes would be. So I thank you for that. My only suggestion on this bill, and this isn't a change in the legislation, I note that it says that they should get this up and running not later than 1 year. I think we should ask the department to accelerate that. I think sooner's better than later. A lot of the technology's already in place, and the fentanyl is a daily scourge. So the sooner we can get it started, the better. So thank you again for the great work on this.
I thank Mr. Ivey for his observations.
Thank Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Okay, hearing none, are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill. H.R. 9722 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7311, the Combating International Drug Trafficking and Human Smuggling Partnership Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7311, offered by Mr. Guest, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to enhance the operations of U.S. Customs and Border Protection in foreign countries and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Guest for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7311, offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purposes of further amendment. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Chairman McCall, Mr. Swazi, Ms. Clark for their work on this important piece of legislation. I would tell you, Mr. Chairman, that this legislation is long overdue, and that it authorizes the critical work of the Customs Border Protection Air and Marine Operations, commonly known as AMOs. The AMO is the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol's aviation and maritime capabilities. It has over 1,800 federal agents, 200 aircraft, 300 marine vessels, and it serves as a critical mission in interdicting drugs and human trafficking throughout the U.S., Puerto Rico, and the United States Virgin Islands. Last year alone, in FY 2023, AMA enforcement actions led to over 1,000 arrests, the apprehension of 90,000 illegal aliens, the seizure of over 256,000 pounds of cocaine, and the seizure of more than 2,200 weapons. The AMA also partners with foreign governments to conduct counter-trafficking missions and joint exercises. It conducts humanitarian missions and law enforcement training in other parts of the globe. This bill would formally authorize these continued agreements and allow CBP's AMO to continue engagement in this critical work. It would allow it to prevent illegal drugs and human trafficking from entering the United States and help prepare our international partners to deter these same offenders. AMA is currently operating in Panama, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Colombia, Mexico, and the Dominican Republic to intercept drugs and stop human trafficking. It is because of the previously mentioned successful operations and partnerships that we must authorize AMO's foreign operations to enable CBP to continue this critical work in combating drug trafficking and human smuggling. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Ms. Clark, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Representative Guest for leading this important initiative and appreciate his collaboration on this effort. Customs and Border Protection's Air and Marine Operations, or AMO, plays a critical role not only in safeguarding the United States from drug traffickers and human smugglers, but also in life-saving humanitarian and rescue operations. This includes operations with foreign partners in the Americas and the Caribbean. Until now, AMO has relied on appropriators, including language in the yearly funding bill, clarifying that they can conduct these critical missions. This bill formalizes that authority and allows AMO to conduct longer-term planning and enter into formal agreements with partner countries. CBP Air and Marine Operations have logged thousands of flights, hours working with partners in Curacao, Turks and Caicos, and the Dominican Republic, along with others to rescue individuals and counter illicit smuggling. For example, AMO agents helped conduct search and rescue operations in the Bahamas after Hurricane Dorian. And in November of 2023, AMO, the Coast Guard, and the Dominican Republic Navy worked together to save 60 migrants from a sinking makeshift boat off the coast of the Dominican Republic. I thank AMO for their life-saving efforts, along with their operations to stop dangerous individuals and drugs before they reach the United States borders. Increasing this operation with foreign partners will help secure our borders and save lives. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Would anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question now is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Guest. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill. H.R. 7311 is amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4406, the DHS Basic Training Accreditation Improvement Act of 2023. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 4406, offered by Mr. Correa, to require reporting regarding accreditation of basic training programs of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, is now recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Department of Homeland Security is our nation's largest federal law enforcement agency with about 80,000 officers and agents, all of which must be successfully reaccredited by completing basic law enforcement training programs on a daily basis. Sadly, a number of the department's basic training programs are not accredited, and some have not been accredited for several years. Some of the examples of these departments: the U.S. Border Patrol Academy, Customs and Border Protections, Field Operations Academy, and the Federal Protective Service Physical Security Training Program. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers, or FLETC, the largest provider of federal law enforcement training, testified before this committee that accreditation is important because it assigns rigor to training and results best product. My bill, H.R. 4406, seeks to improve the quality of the training by requiring the department to report to Congress, and that's us, annually on the accreditation status of each of its basic training programs until all these programs are accredited. For these programs that are not accredited, DHS is to report the reasons for not obtaining or maintaining the accreditation, the activities, if any, taken to achieve such accreditation, and the anticipated timeline for achieving the accreditation. This bill also directs DHS to engage in research to help state, local, tribal, and territorial law enforcement officers to better access FLETC training opportunities, including those that enhance national preparedness and response to terrorism. I urge my colleagues to support this bill that improves DHS's law enforcement training programs and best positions our officers and agents to protect American people in the homeland. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 4406, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9748, offered by Mr. D'Esposito, to require the Undersecretary of the Science and Technology Directorate of the Department of Homeland Security to develop a department-wide policy and process to safeguard research and development from unauthorized access to or disclosure of sensitive information in research and development acquisitions and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm grateful that my bill, H.R. 9748, the Research, Security, and Accountability in DHS Act, has been included in today's markup. As members of the Committee on Homeland Security, we are tasked with ensuring that the Department of Homeland Security operates effectively and that it has the technologies it needs to safeguard the American people. Whether the department is working to prevent a terrorist attack, vetting bad actors at the airport, or disrupting transnational criminal organizations at the southwest border, DHS relies heavily on research and development projects to keep pace with the evolving threats against this great nation. In fiscal year 2024, Congress appropriated $461 million to the Department of Homeland Security's primary research and development arm, the Science and Technology Directorate, for R&D projects addressing issues like border security, maritime safety, and weapons of mass destruction. It should come as no surprise that many of these R&D projects contain sensitive information about the United States' capabilities and vulnerabilities, and it's common sense that these new technologies should be safeguarded from bad actors. However, a 2022 report by the DHS Office of the Inspector General found that S&T failed to safeguard sensitive information in its R&D project due to a lack of oversight and guidance provided by S&T. Of the 12, quote, high-risk R&D contracts reviewed by the Office of the Inspector General, only 6 contained the required special clauses that protect sensitive information from unauthorized access and disclosure. At a time when federal research remains a target for foreign theft and influence, we must safeguard these projects within the Department of Homeland Security. The House recently passed several bills intended to combat China's malign influence in the United States. I'm excited about this legislation because it continues on that important work. Ensuring our adversaries don't get their hands on sensitive information that we use to protect ourselves is absolutely critical. That is why I urge my colleagues to support my bill, the Research Security and Accountability in the Department of Homeland Security Act, which will require S&T to develop a process that safeguards sensitive information in R&D projects across all components of the department and ensures that sensitive projects don't fall into the wrong hands. Several administrations have made federal research security a priority by issuing executive orders and guidance for government agencies like the Department of Homeland Security to follow. However, it is unclear how DHS has complied with federal guidelines to protect its $460 million worth of projects. That's why my bill will require the Government Accountability Office to conduct a report on how DHS has complied with existing federal guidance to protect federally funded research from foreign influence, ownership, and control. By passing this bill, we will protect sensitive information in critical R&D projects throughout the Department of Homeland Security. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9748 to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security's critical technologies are protected from those who seek to do this country and our families harm. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the measure? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 9748, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9749. The bill was circulated in advance and printing copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9749, offered by Mr. Bishop of North Carolina, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to abolish the reorganization authority of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill strikes Section 872 of the Homeland Security Act, which is codified at Title VI of the United States Code, Section 452. That section gives the Secretary of Homeland Security reorganization authority over the department, allowing him or her to establish, reorganize, or abolish subunits of the department. It was, of course, in the original legislation creating the department in 2002 following the 9/11 attack, and it has been invoked 9 times, most recently under President Trump to establish the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction, and once in 2022 to create a new Office of Health Security within the department. Although this authority has belonged to the department ever since it was established, since 2007, it has been blocked by an appropriations rider for almost every year. If this bill is enacted, the Secretary of Homeland Security, regardless of what administration he or she serves in, would be prevented from using Section 872 to make organizational changes within the department. And of course, those could be of enormous scope if under current circumstances. Instead, reorganization proposals would go through Congress, which is appropriate since Congress should design the executive branch agencies. And here, the people's representatives can assess such proposals, evaluate potential challenges, and perform the constitutional role of authorizing the structure and operations of the department. The bill is not partisan, simply puts the authority that should be in Congress back in Congress. With uncertainty over which administration will be in charge come January 20, I hope that all members of the committee will set partisanship aside and support this common sense bill to restore oversight authority and design authority of this important department to the Congress. And with that, I yield back.
Before the gentleman yields, would you be willing to yield for a question?
Yes, sir, I'll be glad to.
Gentleman
yield
yields.
for a question.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina. What is is there a larger concern that the gentleman's trying to get to with respect to this amendment? The reason I ask is because reorganization authority, as I understand, is fairly routine, not just at the department level, but most agencies and offices. And there may be something, for example, where they might create sort of an internal structure to respond to some sort of emergency situation or something along those lines. So what is it about, is there a larger piece to this, or is there really just a focus on congressional authority?
I can't speak to the question about this being ordinary. I would find it surprising that cabinet agencies across the government are allowed by Congress to redesign themselves in any scale, a small detail, something responding to an emergency or an exigency, or just because they want to restructure the entire department. I don't think that would be appropriate anywhere, in my personal opinion. So I can't say that it responds to any particular issue, certainly as far as I'm concerned, but this is a vast department. When it was created in 2002, this might have been appropriate because, again, the organization was new. You're fitting together lots of different pieces of government, and there were, and so some initial changes you may have wanted to allow more latitude at that time, but in its nature, to me, that should be temporary. If there are needs for changes in the Department of Homeland Security, it ought to be ordinary business before the Congress to get that proposed and approved. That's my view. So I hope that answers your question. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Ivey, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. Just not to belabor it, but I do want to make sure I understand. So Department of Justice, for example, which I'm most familiar with because I served in it. I know there's talk, for example, in fact, we're encouraging their formation of a subunit or a group within the Department of Justice to address some of these, espionage issues, for example, with respect to the technology that's being stolen from the United States. I'm familiar with examples of, reorganizing, for example, the organized labor section. You might spin out the crime piece and move something else in. For example, the group that we just had legislation that was addressed to TUA, you might even create a different office within the Department of Justice to handle those types of cases, along with MS-13 or others. But it feels a little like micromanaging it in the scenario of, I will.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
So yes, sir, a legitimate inquiry, and I'm glad we can have this brief debate so we can clear this up. 872 was essentially an authority on the formation of DHS to how we're going to put this thing together. Since that time, it's been rarely used, and when it has been used from both Democrat and Republican administrations, we feel it has gone too far into Article I authority. So you're not talking about setting up a team of investigators within DOJ to work on a particular task. Talking about setting up an entirely new agency within your department that's not been authorized by Congress for particular missions that have not been reviewed, authorized, and funded by Congress. So 872 authority, although well-intentioned and performed properly in the initial years where DHS was formed, it's been rarely used since, and when it has been used, again, by both Republican and Democrat administrations, we feel that it's just gone too far into Article 1 authorization. If I spoke properly on behalf of the gentleman's bill, that's how I interpret it, and I yield back.
Fair enough. Would either gentleman be comfortable giving me an example of one of the two instances where it was used that you thought crossed the line?
So we're on your time, or no, I
this
think
is
we're
my
on your
testimony.
time. Yeah,
And
that's
I'm
right.
yielding
So you're going to
to
yield to Mr.
either
Bishop.
gentleman who
Okay,
wishes to
sounds
speak.
great, thank you.
I thank the gentleman. I would point out there was the late gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Payne, made comments in December 7, 2015 that began this way. I would like to express my department that the department chose to circumvent Congress and unilaterally reorganized its activities relating to chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear, the CBRN defense pursuant to Section 872 of the Homeland Security Act of 2002. He also gave another example, which I'm searching for down the document. I'll yield back and you get Mr. Higgins.
I'll yield to Mr. Higgins.
So in 2017, Section 872 was used by the Trump administration to establish the Office of Countering Weapons of Mass Destruction. CWMD combined various offices throughout DHS, including the Domestic Nuclear Detection Office, into a single office, like major reorganization, not reviewed, authorized, and funded with proper appropriations by Congress. In 2022, DHS used 872 authority to remove the chief medical officers from CWMD and created a new Office of Health Security. The Office of Health Security is the principal medical, workforce health and safety, and public health authority for the whole department. Again, quite a stretch from just have this guy work with that guy within the parameters of your authorized offices. It's deep into Article 1. I yield.
This will be a rare moment. I don't know that I've ever defended the Trump administration on any issue.
Well, we'll take note.
Circle the date on your calendar. But I don't know. I think it's an honest disagreement. I'm comfortable with deferring to an administration for that sort of internal reorganization. And I know that sometimes we can take a little bit of time to get things done on a legislative front, especially on something like that. And weapons of mass destruction is, I don't know if the Trump administration had some sort of urgent issue that led it to want to form and approach it that way, but I'd be in favor of giving some deference to the administration. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Any other discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman. Not sure. I thought I just made the opening statement on the bill and then I can still debate. But if that's not the case, I'd ask someone else to seek recognition and yield me time.
Actually, I can yield to you. You have 5 minutes.
I appreciate it, and I'll certainly yield back most of it. I just wanted to complete, really for the gentleman from Maryland's benefit, what I was reading from Mr. Payne. He said in that, when he was objecting to that change by DHHS on his own, he said, to be clear, working with the administration to make DHS operate better is a bipartisan priority. Fortunately, this committee has passed legislation to repeal Section 872, so they were doing it at the time. So the department's window of opportunity using the Homeland Security Act to avoid Congress appears to be closing. Nevertheless, I urge you to work with the committee more collaboratively in the future. He goes on to speak about the importance of collaborating with Congress to make changes in the department. And then on June 14, 2017, the ranking member, Mr. Thompson, said this: before I close, I would like to express support for one of the amendments that the majority has proposed. It would strike Section 872 from the Homeland Security Act, thereby preventing the Secretary of Homeland Security from unilaterally reorganizing components within the department. Adoption of this amendment would ensure that reorganizations within DHS are within the purview of this committee as lead authorizer for the department. So I think this is one of these things, I heard it said the other day, there's a courts bill, as you know, Mr. Ivey, going through the Judiciary Committee, and some have said at this particular point in time when no one knows who's going to be the next administration, it kind of opens the door to some things that have been bipartisan priorities all along. And this bill seems to be in that category, at least to speak from the, and I don't speak for them obviously, but the prior sentiment expressed by the late Mr. Payne and by the ranking member on the committee. It does seem to be something that has had a bipartisan embrace across the committee for some time. And I yield back to the chairman the balance of his time.
And if I could.
I will yield to
briefly,
you, Mr. Ivey.
And not to belabor, and
I've got
it
3
may
minutes.
be that I'm new to the committee and this predated my here in Congress, so that may be a factor. It may also be that I don't understand completely the scope or the scale of the reorganization that would trigger this. My inclination at the moment is to not support it, although I recognize I've got colleagues on the other side who have previously. But I will, and I thank the chair
The
for
ranking
yielding.
member wants to, yep, you're recognized, ranking member.
Well, to the gentleman's comments, we've had it before the committee in the past, and we have historically supported it. It has not historically been abused. The secretaries, both Democrat and Republicans, have made certain adjustments that we agreed with. Some we disagreed with, but we respected the inherent authority. But for this Mr. Bishop's situation here today, I think it's a good measure. I don't see this body interfering with the micromanaging of the agency, and I just look forward to see if it does, then we can come back and reinstitute the authority.
Gentleman yields. Any other debate on the measure? The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I think it's more of a question. Maybe I'm misunderstanding it. But both sides are making some valid arguments. I just am unclear. So, does this remove the authority of the secretary or the commanding officer of any given agency to command and control his or her agency? Because the latitude's given to an appointed official to lead their subordinates in any given direction because DHS needs the flexibility to move in any left, right of center because of what they do. Fentanyl, however you want to play it out. If this legislation, this particular piece of legislation, does that restrict them from acting aggressively and have to wait for Congress to approve?
If I could
Yes, sir, I
yield
yield
to
to
me,
you.
this takes away an authority that is unique to DHS, that was placed when the DHS was formed.
DHS is a very unique organization.
It
so
is a
they need
unique
this
organization, but all of our cabinets.
I'm not trying to take anything from anybody, I'm just,
So you yielded to me, so I'm going to answer your question. It's a unique authority granted to this department, and it was done so at the formation of the department, and it allows them some pretty broad powers to reorganize their department in a way that goes beyond what I think a lot of people think the scope of a department should be to make those organizations without some input from Congress. It could without funding and without authorization. Recall, we authorize the exact structure of the DoD, a Navy. We have to do that every year, and in the they were given some special freedoms that others aren't, and this is just retracting that freedom for a time. You're recognized. I yield back.
and inside the DOD, the special warfare community has latitude other communities do not. So does Homeland Security,
Granted by the Congress.
which we have done.
Yes.
So we're
and
fixing, are we going to take
it
that away?
Yeah, that's what we're going to do with DHS.
We're going to take that away.
Yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anybody else wish to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman, briefly.
Mr. Magazine.
Yeah, thank you. Like Mr. Ivey and Ms. Luttrell, I'm a new member here, so I'm still learning. Does the special authority that DHS has, does it give the director, the secretary, the authority to, take on new missions or take on new areas of responsibility, or is it really more the authority to just kind of move staff around across the agency within the existing missions? I'll direct that question to anyone, to the sponsor or the chair.
Gentleman yields to Mr. Higgins.
The A72 is a super broad authority to reorganize a department in a manner that that historically and traditionally is Article I authority. I support the founders envisioned Article 2, broad executive authority to respond quickly to threat and without congressional interference. But 872 is a special authority granted during the formulative years of DHS that has, again, been rarely used, and it's in the territory of Article I authority. We just need that authority back.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to understand the nature of that, thank you, the nature of the authority. So is the authority essentially to move personnel around to different parts of the office, or does it go beyond that? Like how, in what ways does it go beyond that?
You yield to me? So they could actually form a new sub-department or branch inside of the department. They could restructure their personnel numbers, their total authorized numbers. I mean, it's very broad, and I think the point that's been made is it sort of takes away the authority of the Congress to build those. I mean, even in the War Powers Act, where the president is granted the authority to initiate armed conflict, we gave them that authority.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, Chairman. But the Secretary cannot invent sort of new legal authorities or new missions or things like that. It's more about the organization.
I don't think
in the
it's
department.
missions. I think it's restructure. And I'll defer to Mr. Bishop or Mr. Higgins on that. I think it doesn't change the mission of the department.
Mr. Chairman, the only limitation here is that they cannot abolish an agency, entity, organizational unit, program, or function established or required to be maintained by the chapter. So if there's something that is mandated in the chapter, they can't abolish it, but everything else could be changed around. The operative language here is the Secretary may allocate or reallocate functions among the officers of the department, make establish, consolidate, alter, or discontinue organizational units within the department. That's very broad. It's a massive department. And in fact, I think the implication of the language officers of the department would mean, and I don't really know, is there anybody in DHS besides the Secretary who has to be confirmed by the Senate? I can't tell you, but when it says officers of the department, you're not talking about just line employees. You're allocating, reallocating missions potentially across Senate-confirmed officers, if there are others, but again, that's when it says officers, that is implying at the highest kind of cardinal level of operation of the government. It's a massively broad power that is suited to the initial few years when an agency has been created under the circumstances in which it was created. But again, it's so big and so relatively limitless that it seems, I think that's the reason this heretofore bipartisan view from the people who've had more experience.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. I think I only have a minute left, so I'm going to yield to Mr. Ivey.
So, and I'll just ask another question. But so is the point that, for example, a secretary could say, "I'm going to abolish FEMA," and just is that the sort of thing you're trying to get at, or is there something below that level, or?
I guess if I'm just reading it as a lawyer, it would depend on whether I can find somewhere in the act that requires FEMA to be FEMA as it exists or not. And I don't know the answer to that. But the point is, unless Congress has already mandated specifically, then everything else can be redone. If there's not a mandate like that, yeah, he could abolish FEMA.
I yield back to the gentleman.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's yield. Anyone else wish to speak on the measure? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill H.R. 9749 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9689, the DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act. This bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9689, offered by Ms. Clark of New York, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish a DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her measure.
First, I'd like to thank Chairman Green for including my bill in today's markup. H.R. 9689, the DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act, a bipartisan, common sense legislation I'm proud to co-lead with Congressman Garbarino. For many years, DHS has struggled to attract and retain top cyber talent, leaving roughly 2,000 cyber vacancies at the department. At the same time, on a national scale, we continue to deal with a cyber workforce shortage that will require training more people at all stages of their education and careers to participate in the cyber workforce. I've been pleased to see the Biden-Harris administration take meaningful steps to address these issues through the National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy. And Secretary Mayorkas and Director Easley have shown leadership in ensuring that DHS and CISA are working to improve their own workforces and the nation's overall. In 2022, DHS launched a new cybersecurity internship program, which included 85 interns this summer, according to testimony received by our committee in June. I was glad to hear that DHS is prioritizing internships as they can play a critical role in training students while also helping to build a pipeline of cybersecurity talent for the department. My legislation would codify this program to ensure the department continues to offer cybersecurity internships and will require DHS to report to Congress on how it is building its internship programs and how they are supporting DHS's cybersecurity mission. This bill would also direct the department to include interns from multiple levels of education, ensuring representation of students from high schools, technical schools, community colleges, undergraduate institutions, and postgraduate institutions. I strongly believe that future cyber talent can be found at a variety of educational settings, and including this requirement for DHS will help develop a diverse cyber workforce for the department. As the former chair of the Cybersecurity Subcommittee, strengthening the cyber workforce has been a longtime priority for me, and I appreciate the bipartisan support for moving this legislation forward. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on this, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Are there any other members who wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garbarino, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-lead H.R. 9689, the DHS Cybersecurity Internship Program Act with my colleague from New York, Ms. Clark, former chairwoman of that subcommittee. This bill aims to codify the Department of Homeland Security's paid summer-long cybersecurity internship program to attract our nation's students at secondary schools, technical schools, community colleges, undergraduate institutions, and postgraduate institutions. I've long said that our nation's biggest national security threat is our cyber labor crunch. This program provides our nation's students with a chance to complete hands-on cybersecurity work in government, receive mentorship from DHS cybersecurity staff, and build technical experience in areas like incident response and digital forensics. We need more ways to inspire participation in our nation's cybersecurity workforce. For high school and college students, they gain the skills to work in cybersecurity positions that many institutions do not teach. For our graduate students, this is a key avenue to apply for advanced knowledge. Our bill requires DHS to annually report on its internship figures, duties, outreach, and recruiting efforts, and take care to include students in each internship class across education levels. The former NSA director was quoted last month saying that 15 times more people over the age of 50 work in national security than under the age of 30. It's clear as ever that our nation's cybersecurity is national security. Congress needs to ensure that programs to expose young talent to government work in cybersecurity are maintained. This bill does just that, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill in committee favorably, and I thank the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, for leading this. Thank you. Yield back.
The gentleman yields. I recognize myself for a few moments to speak on this bill. You know, when we're talking about the cyber workforce, you know, we're talking about a pipeline to create those folks that are going to protect the country. And beginning that pipeline as early as possible is essential. And so I thank Ms. Clark and Mr. Garbarino for this work. It is essential to fill the gaps that we have, 500,000 to 700,000, depending on who you ask, on the workforce shortage for cyber. So thank you both, and I yield. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 9689, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9769, the Strengthening Cyber Resilience Against the State-Sponsored Threats Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9769, offered by Ms. Lee of Florida, to ensure the security and integrity of the United States critical infrastructure by establishing an interagency task force and requiring a comprehensive report on the targeting of United States critical infrastructure by People's Republic of China state-sponsored cyber actors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Law enforcement agencies recently discovered a network of over 200,000 computers, cameras, video recorders, and routers infected by malware. At the direction of the Chinese Communist Party, a company known as Flax Typhoon installed malicious software that affected water systems, energy grids, transportation infrastructure, and other vital sectors that Americans rely on every day. This operation was a major violation of American citizens' privacy and poses a major risk to our national security. I thank the Department of Justice and the FBI for their swift action to disrupt this malicious attack. This bill would establish an interagency task force specifically designed to address malicious cyber activity by these PRC state-sponsored actors. By bringing together the expertise of our law enforcement, intelligence, and defense agencies alongside the private sector, we will be better able to detect, disrupt, and deter these threats before they do irreparable damage. This bill does not create more government, but strengthens the information sharing and the partnership between public and private partners. In order to push back against the Chinese Communist Party's malicious attacks, we must be quicker and smarter than the criminals attempting to infiltrate America. This bill will help us do exactly that. I commend this committee for working with law enforcement, defense, and other agencies to understand better how Congress can assist them in disrupting this operation. Thank you, Chairman Green and Chairman Molinar, for co-sponsoring this bill, and I look forward to its passage. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 9769, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9770, the Providing Individuals Various Opportunities for Technical Training or Pivot to Build a Skills-Based Cyber Workforce Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9770, offered by Chairman Green, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to provide for education and training programs and the resources of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency of the Department of Homeland Security and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9770, offered by Chairman Green.
I now recognize myself for a statement about the amendment in the nature of the substitute. Since my first day as chairman of this committee, I've said that one of my top priorities is strengthening our nation's cybersecurity. I quickly realized that we would never be able to accomplish this without bolstering our first line of defense, our people. Today, our nation faces a cyber workforce shortage of over 500,000 cyber professionals. Let me say that again, 500,000. Each of those vacancies creates an opening for our adversaries to exploit our networks and infrastructure. This astonishing number does not even account for our current cyber professionals who may need to upskill or reskill to keep up with the threat landscape. Cyberspace is continuously leveraged by nation-state actors and criminals for everything from ransomware attacks to burrowing in our critical infrastructure. This jeopardizes our nation's security and costs our public and private sectors sometimes millions of dollars in recovery costs. In our increasingly digitized, technologically advanced, and interconnected world, one thing is abundantly clear. The only way to strengthen our nation's cybersecurity is by ensuring the right people are in the right place with the right skills. This is not an easy task. For at least a decade, we've discussed the cyber workforce shortage. Yet we continue to hear that the growth of the cyber workforce gap outpaces the size of the workforce, now 17 to 11% respectively. The public and private sectors have put their best feet forward to tackle the cyber workforce shortage with various grant and training programs. These are great programs that we must continue to support, while I also think it's time we apply fresh thinking to the problem. Threat actors' tactics change, and it's about time ours do too. Yesterday marked a major step forward in charting a new path for how we find and prepare our nation's cyber professionals. I, along with Representatives Zizell, Jimenez, Guest, Higgins, and Strong, introduced the Pivoting, Providing Individuals Various Opportunities for Technical Training, Pivot, to build a skills-based cyber workforce act of 2024, Cyber Pivot Act. This bill offers a creative solution that draws upon the best resources of our government, industry, and academia. The Cyber Pivot Act establishes a new ROTC-like full scholarship program for 2-year degrees in exchange for government service. The program targets a variety of entry-level talent, students who do not want to pursue or cannot afford a traditional 4-year degree, current government employees or military personnel seeking to reskill, though our military would receive service exemptions, of course, for already having served their country, or individuals who simply hope to pivot to the field of cybersecurity. The program will be operated by CISA, given the agency's strong relationships with the public and private sectors and expertise in cybersecurity. It will leverage existing cyber or cyber-relevant programs such as AI and security awareness, offered primarily at community colleges and technical schools. This ensures the program established by the Cyber Pivot Act is accessible, cost-effective, and integrated with the surrounding communities that are often the most vulnerable to cyber attacks. What sets this program apart from others is the focus on skills building. We want to reduce the gap between education and real-world experience so that students have the skills needed to get the work on day one. The emphasis on skills building also recognizes that many states, companies, and even the federal government are moving toward skills-based hiring. In addition to the education they will receive, students will be required to participate in 4 skills-based exercises. These may include hackathons, industry training workshops, or tabletop exercises. One of these skills-based exercises must be completed in person to reinforce the student that cybersecurity is a community effort. We want to build a cohort camaraderie, a key part of ROTC. The program also requires students to complete an internship that will give them hands-on experience in government at the federal, state, local, tribal, and territorial levels, or with critical infrastructure owners and operators where students can make a huge difference in rural communities or high-risk sectors. The legislation also kickstart the security clearance process for the students while they're still enrolled so they can actually get to work on day one. Finally, the program recognizes that the skills of our cyber professionals must be constantly cultivated. After completing the program, students will have access to many resources for reskilling and upskilling, such as the opportunity to pursue up to 3 additional certifications within 10 years of their graduation. Whether we're Republicans or Democrats, there is one fundamental reason that we all come to Congress to serve the American people. They invested in us by putting us here. Now it's our duty to invest in them. I'm proud to mark up the Cyber Pivot Act today and to take another step forward in advancing our nation's cybersecurity. I hope you'll join me by voting yes on this legislation. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. Addressing the shortfall of trained cybersecurity professionals is critical, and I share your view that supporting community colleges is an important part of addressing this problem. The Biden-Harris administration has made clear in their implementation of the National Cyber Workforce and Education Strategy that we must shift to a skill-based hiring approach to cybersecurity. Chairman Green's legislation aligns with those efforts by reaching students where they are and by seeking to expand CISA's support for the cyber workforce. I'm glad to see his focus on this important issue before Congress. I appreciate the chairman's willingness to consider Democratic feedback on this bill, particularly with regard to making high-speed, high-need critical infrastructure sections eligible for the program's internship program and its progresses through the legislative process. I look forward to continuing to work with him to ensure the program aligns with CISA's resources and meet the needs of government, industry, and students. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on reporting favorably to Cyber Pivot Act so that it continues to move forward. And I yield time to the gentleman from California.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the ranking member. I also support the chairman's legislation here, and I have two national laboratories in my congressional district, Sandia and Lawrence Livermore, and I hear from them all the time about how we are woefully unprepared to defend the government's critical infrastructure as well as the private sectors. And so, Mr. Chairman, I support this and your efforts to try and increase the talent that we can put into the workforce, and also recognizing that not all cyber professionals have to have a costly college degree, that there are a number of jobs in cyber that do not require a college degree. We need them to simply have the technical skills and the experience to defend against 21st century threats. And with that, I yield back to the ranking member.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Chairman. I move to strike the last word and speak in favor of the Chairman's Pivot Act. Thank you for introducing this. This legislation is a crucial step towards addressing the cyber workforce gap within the federal government by creating a new scholarship program led by CISA. The United States homeland, as we have heard today, faces increasing threats from foreign adversaries to our government, critical infrastructure, and to everyday citizens. The Pivot Act provides a solution to the growing public and private demands for cybersecurity professionals. Students will be able to obtain a 2-year degree at designated National Center of Academic Excellence in cybersecurity institutions like Angelo State University in my own hometown and district. And in exchange, students would then be required to do 2 years of federal service, 2 years of service at the federal, state, local, or territorial level. Additionally, I'm pleased to see that the Cyber Pivot Act includes language to facilitate internships for critical infrastructure in rural communities and high-risk sectors. This comprehensive approach is an essential first step to ensuring that all critical infrastructure sectors, including those in rural communities, have the resources that they need. This is a critical act to securing our homeland from cybersecurity threats from adversaries who would do malign activities in the United States, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. At this time, I'd like to yield some time to my good friend from New York, Mr. Garbarino.
And I just want to thank the gentleman for yielding and just congratulate the chairman on this piece of legislation, especially the focus on the high need areas and critical infrastructure sectors. This is going to be the first bullet and probably what we need a lot of bullets to fix this $500,000 million job shortage, which is just getting bigger every day. So, Chairman, this is a great bill. I look forward to supporting it. And thank you. We've had plenty of conversations about cyber workforce and the need to focus on it. So I want to congratulate you once again. I yield back.
And I yield. Gentleman yields. Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you as well for this piece of legislation. I certainly am going to support it. I would love to work with you going forward as well with respect to other approaches to this. Private sector, I think, is one opportunity where my local community college has gotten some support on that front, and we can leverage the private dollars because they want to provide assistance in filling those gaps too. I would, just 2 other quick points, historically black colleges, minority institutions, hopefully we can look at those going down the road. And then the last point, and this might be a longer conversation, but the service academies, I've had students who have applied to West Point and the like, who have not been admitted because of they just aren't physically capable to meet those requirements. However, they have a deep commitment to want to serve with the federal government. And if there's a way that we could get them the opportunity to go to something like a service academy, or even if they created separate programs at the academies that would take them in, because the warfare we're going to be fighting in the future, I think it's just looking at what's going on around the world right now, you're not necessarily going to have to run a mile in 5 minutes. It's just a whole different game now. And I think we're losing the opportunity to get these young people in at age 18 or so. And when they go to regular schools and come out with these degrees, the government isn't as attractive, I'll say it that way, as the private sector opportunities are. So I raised this with the Secretary of Defense earlier this month. I don't know that I have the street cred to carry that across the finish line, so I would love to work with any of you all who do in moving that forward.
If the gentleman would yield some time back to the chair, I'm all about innovative ideas. I've heard, I don't know if it was Mr. Garbarino or someone, I talk about creating a service academy just for cyber. And I've heard a lot of different ideas. And so I know Mr. Garbarino and you or any of us can get together, Mr. Swalwell, and continue to advance this. And I like the way Mr. Garbarino put it. This is one bullet, and we're going to need more bullets, so to speak, to address this workforce shortage. So I yield. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 9770, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
Mr. Chairman?
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Gentleman is recognized.
I request recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Rule 7C, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9768, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9768, offered by Mr. Swalwell, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to establish within the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency a joint cyber defense collaborative, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, I would like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your staff for working with me to refine this legislation. It's about 2 years in the making, and that was intentional so that we could understand the issue and find a way to put structure and scaffolding around JCDC, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative's mission, created additional mechanisms for JCDC partners to provide input into its activities, and added additional accountability measures to ensure the legislation is implemented as Congress intended. And Mr. Chairman, you and your staff were incredibly helpful in making sure that we could get it right. I also want to thank Ranking Member Thompson for his support and his staff's support for co-sponsoring the legislation. I also want to thank outside groups, particularly in the private sector, who engaged with us, as well as CISA, so that we could make sure that we meet and understand the needs in and among interested parties. CISA launched JCDC just over 3 years ago, leveraging authorities Congress granted the agency when it authorized the Joint Cyber Planning Office in fiscal year 2021's NDAA. The goals CISA identified for JCDC were straightforward. First, design and implement comprehensive whole-of-nation cyber defense plans to address risks and facilitate coordinated action. Second, share insight to shape joint understanding of challenges and opportunities for cyber defense. And third, implement coordinated defensive cyber operations to prevent and reduce impacts of cyber intrusion. At the time, JCDC's partners were 10 major tech and communications companies that had extensive visibility into malicious activity in the digital ecosystem and the capacity to collaborate with government partners in the JCDC, including NSA, FBI, and Cyber Command. At its core, JCDC is a recognition that the defense of our cyberspace is and always will be a public-private collaboration and a clear mechanism for effecting sharing of information across both domains. JCDC partners over time have largely met and convened around events that have brought them together, from the Log4j vulnerability to proactively defending critical infrastructure networks against potential threats following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Although partners were impressed by the new forum for public-private collaboration, this committee expressed concern to CISA that JCDC was operating without a charter that would, among other things, establish transparent criteria for how you become a JCDC partner, clarifying core competencies, and put in place stronger mechanisms for JCDC partners. In short, if you weren't in JCDC, it wasn't clear to you how you could get in, and if you were in JCDC, you wanted more information sharing, not from you to the government, but rather more from the government to you. In my view, the stability, predictability, and accountability provided by a charter are essential to JCDC's long-term success. A draft of this legislation has been circulating with stakeholders for over 18 months. The committee has also received testimony on JCDC at nearly 10 hearings this Congress. The consensus from the private sector witnesses who offered testimony is that it does provide value, but would benefit from the kind of structure a charter and additional accountability would provide. It's also worth noting that in June, CISA's CSAC, which is comprised of non-government cybersecurity experts, recommended JCDC take a series of actions to improve its operations. Notably, they recommended that JCDC clarify its purpose, what it does, and criteria for membership. That's why this legislation requires CISA, with the input of stakeholders, to develop a charter that it must adhere to, create an advisory council comprised of private sector JCDC partners to define and drive its priorities, requires CISA to be transparent with JCDC about new partners and new initiatives, and establish an additional feedback loop for private sector partners, as well as requirement for CISA to share that feedback directly with Congress. We've had phenomenal CISA directors over the years. My fear, though, is that if there is not structure and scaffolding, the success of JCDC will be put wholly on the shoulders of the CISA director. And if, God forbid, you had a director who was not as competent as the last two, there's no formal structure in place to get the best partners into JCDC, or if there's not faithful partners in JCDC, to get them out. This bill creates that structure and scaffolding and formality that JCDC needs, and I thank the chair and the ranking member for helping us bring this process to a vote today. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I recognize myself to speak on the bill. First, let me thank Mr. Swalwell for a lot of work on a bill. I mean, it's tough when it takes 18 months. I get it. But since its inception, I will say 3 years ago, JCDC has experienced some significant growing pains. We continuously hear from industry partners that they're not receiving information or additional information from the JCDC. We've also heard of some structural issues, such as the lack of process to join and set priorities. However, I'm willing to take the chance to fix this because, I mean, a ship that's sitting stationary and you put a rudder, you turn the rudder, nothing happens. You got to be moving forward to get it fixed or get to change the direction. So I am supporting this legislation. I believe that if operated as it could, JCDC would be able to fill a critical gap. I'm encouraged by the openness to cooperate by Mr. Swalwell and the minority on this measure. This gives us the opportunity to fix some of these issues and to reevaluate it down the road. With this legislation, we give the JCDC Act critical accountability mechanisms to Congress, as well as a sunset clause that will enable us to evaluate the program's effectiveness. If it performs as it should be reauthorized. Otherwise, we would have given it a fair chance and can end the effort for good. I support this bill, and I hope my colleagues will as well. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman. My turn.
The ranking member. I'm sorry, I didn't see you sneak in.
Oh, okay.
Ranking member is recognized.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I too would like to congratulate Ranking Member Swalwell for his hard work on H.R. 9768, the Joint Cyber Defense Collaborative Act. As Mr. Swalwell recognized when he became ranking member of the Cyber Subcommittee of this Congress, CISA has two core missions: securing federal networks and protecting critical infrastructure from physical and cyber threats. Central to those objectives is strategic operational collaboration between the federal government and its private sector partners. In the past, CISA's efforts to engage with the private sector were largely defined by its information sharing program. I'm pleased that Director Easterly matured CISA's programs from mere informational sharing to operational collaboration when she launched the JCDC in August 2021. I share Mr. Swalwell's optimism about the potential of JCDC and his view that its success rests in formalizing its structure and governance through a charter and additional accountability mechanism. I've overseen DHS long enough to know that when Congress does not provide sufficient guidance through authorization, promising programs that are successful because they are personally of one leaders fail when they lead. I commend Ranking Member Swalwell for his ongoing oversight of JCDC and his commitment to ensuring JCDC's success. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9768, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Garbarino for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to first thank the ranking member for working so hard on this piece of legislation. Our committee, the Cybersecurity Subcommittee, Infrastructure Protection Subcommittee, has heard a lot from industry leaders as to JCDC and its growing pains over the last 2 years that we've been working together, and our committee has worked very well together. I don't, though, believe that this bill is, this cake's not fully baked yet, in my opinion. JCDC in its current structure, as we all heard, is deeply flawed, and the 5-year, allowing it to continue, I think we need to, and build on, I think we need to really bring the bill down, bring JCDC down and start over. There's some other proposals in this legislation that I think could be tightened, as well as they could be tightened up and expanded upon. The advisory council, I don't think currently there are 340 partners on the JCDC, which is too much in my opinion. I don't know how information properly gets shared there. The JCDC advisory council, making it smaller, is a good idea, but again, there's no, I think there could be tighter in the language as to how those members are picked, because I think we might face the same problem that the current membership of JCDC is. Favoritism could play a part here. As well as the inclusion of possible foreign entities in this information sharing, as well as focusing and getting information, requiring soliciting information from all 16 critical infrastructure sectors and their coordinating councils. Again, I think the ranking member spent a lot of time and effort on this bill, and he should be commended for that. I just don't think it's fully baked yet, and I think it could be tightened up a little more. So for that reason, I think I will not be supporting the legislation today, and I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill H.R. 9768 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
I have a motion. I request recorded vote.
Recognized. Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3169, the Identifying Adversarial Threats at Our Ports Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printing copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3169, offered by Mr. Jimenez, to require the inspection of certain foreign cranes before use at a United States port and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Jimenez for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3169, offered by Mr. Jimenez.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purpose of further amendment. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as chairman of the Transportation and Maritime Security Subcommittee, I urge the committee to support the Identifying Adversarial Threats at Our Ports Act. This critical piece of legislation will safeguard our maritime infrastructure from adversaries seeking to exploit vulnerabilities in our ports. Our maritime ports are the lifeblood of America's economy and vital to our national security. Our ports are essential to our military's ability to respond to threats and project power overseas. Foreign actors, particularly Communist China, have systematically positioned themselves to infiltrate our port technology and equipment, such as ship-to-shore cranes. During my time as mayor of Miami-Dade County, I oversaw the operations of Port Miami, which is the busiest cruise ship terminal in the world and the 12th largest port for containerized cargo volume in the United States. Saw firsthand how crucial U.S. ports are to local economies, but also how they present soft targets to our adversaries. Now, during my time in Congress, I have continued to raise concerns on the United States' reliance on equipment and technology that have been manufactured or assembled by the regime in Communist China. The China Select Homeland Security Committee conducted a China Select and the Homeland Security Committee conducted a joint investigation over the course of more than a year, which resulted in a report detailing concerns about PRC manufactured ship-to-shore cranes operating in U.S. ports. Recognizing the gravity of any sort of disruption at our ports, it is important to gain understanding and address the security vulnerabilities at our maritime ports. H.R. 3169 ensures that we identify and address these concerns before our adversaries can cause harm, while strengthening the security of our ports against potential exploitation. By passing this legislation, Congress will take a crucial step in defending the integrity of our supply chains and reinforcing our national security. I am proud to sponsor this bill, and I'm grateful to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for his support on this important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider Amendment 096 to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Mr. Jimenez on the roster. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3169 offered by Mr. Jimenez, number 096.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
My non-controversial amendment offers just technical changes to the text in the legislation. I urge and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Mr. Ivey, you're recognized.
Just briefly, I plan on supporting the amendment, and I appreciate the gentleman's work on it. The exploding pagers and walkie-talkies were an eye-opener for me from the standpoint of Homeland Security, and I take the gentleman's point on this, and I think that's absolutely the right approach on this. But, you know, the committee at some point, I know we're running out of time in this Congress, but we might want to take a look, whether it's in a briefing or a hearing or something, at what sort of exposure the United States has on those lines from a supply chain standpoint as well. And with that, I yield back.
Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? There's no further debate. The question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Jimenez. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. There are no further amendments on the roster. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended offered by Mr. Jimenez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 3169, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor will say aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to the notice, I now call up H.R. 5840, the Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5840, offered by Chairman Green, to require the Transportation Security Administration to streamline the enrollment processes for individuals applying for a Transportation Security Administration security threat assessment for certain programs, including the Transportation Worker Identification Credential and Hazardous Materials Endorsement Threat Assessment programs of the administration and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5840, offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute shall be considered based for the purpose of further amendments. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. I urge the committee to support the Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act of 2024, which will streamline the background checks and credentialing process for American truck drivers across the United States. Truck drivers are a vital element of the U.S. supply chain and touch every sector of our economy, from the food on our tables to the life-saving medicines at pharmacies, to the gas at the pumps. Truck drivers are an essential part of our daily lives that often go overlooked. As it currently stands, truck drivers who transport hazardous materials or require access to secure areas of regulated maritime facilities in the United States must undergo separate background checks for the credentials they need to do their job, even though the background checks are the exact same. This bill streamlines credentialing for American truck drivers by eliminating duplicative background checks administered by the TSA. H.R. 5840 allows truck drivers to apply for and enroll in any security threat assessment program administered by the TSA for the credentials they need based on only one background check, not multiple checks. We depend on our truck drivers every day, and I firmly believe that we should make their lives easier by streamlining their credentialing process. I'm proud to be a sponsor of this bill and express my gratitude to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Grace, for his leadership on this important piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Garbarino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Transportation Security Screening Modernization Act is a common-sense bill that would streamline the background check process for various credentialing programs administered by the Transportation Security Administration. Currently, individuals who transport hazardous materials must apply for each credentialing program separately, which leads to applicants having to submit themselves to numerous duplicative background checks. Applying to these programs individually incurs large costs on applicants through fees and contributes to delays in gaining credentials. The current process is contributing to a shortage of drivers with necessary credentials, which presents problems for the delivery of critical materials across the nation. This legislation will help address this problem by making the credentialing process more efficient. I thank the committee for their work in moving this bill closer to enactment and urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 5840. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to speak on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The ranking member is recognized.
Well, I think all of us who have trucking understand the maturing of the credentialing process, and this amendment is part of that maturing, so that the duplications and other things that have hampered progress will be alleviated. So I support the amendment as well as the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Do any other members seek recognition? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. We now move to reporting the bill. The question now occurs on reporting H.R. 5840 as amendment to the House with a favorable recognition. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9469, the Pipeline Security Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9469, offered by Mr. Robert Garcia of California, to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to codify the Transportation Security Administration's responsibility relating to securing pipeline transportation and pipeline facilities against cybersecurity threats, acts of terrorism, and other nefarious acts that jeopardize the physical security or cybersecurity of pipelines, and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendments at any point. The gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on his measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. This is a bipartisan bill, and it's important to, obviously, all of us to protect the security of our pipelines and critical infrastructure. This is not just the case in my district, but of course across the country. The Transportation Security Administration is already hard at work at protecting our pipelines from cyber threats. They do a wonderful job, as we know and as we have heard in this committee. However, during times of crisis, such as the recent 2021 cyber ransomware attack on Colonial Pipeline, we have seen bureaucratic confusion between numerous federal agencies that joined that response. Now, this bill was written with extensive input from TSA, along with both Chairman Green and Ranking Member Thompson. It clarifies the TSA's role, authorities, and structure with respect to the security of our nation's pipelines and requires a TSA strategy to protect critical pipeline infrastructure. The bill will require TSA to develop a pipeline security personnel strategy and to take important steps to strengthen its cybersecurity expertise. It will also strengthen oversight and stakeholder engagement. It's a smart, common-sense policy, is bipartisan, and upholds our national security and our energy infrastructure. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9469, offered by Mr. Robert Garcia of California.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered the base text for the purpose of further amendments. I would now at this point recognize Mr. Garcia if you would like to make any further comments on this important piece of legislation.
Thank you, and I appreciate support of the bill.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Garcia. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill 9469 as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is laid on the table. H.R. 7365. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 7365, the Vets Safe Travel Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 7365, offered by Chairman Green, to provide pre-check to certain severely injured or disabled veterans and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is now considered read and open to amendments at any point. I now recognize myself for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7365, offered by Mr. Guest.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for purpose of the amendment. I now recognize myself briefly for a statement on this legislation. This legislation has been originally authored by Chairman Green. This is an important piece of legislation that impacts nearly 5 million veterans who living in the United States who considerably and constantly travel with service-connected disabilities. I want to express my support for this legislation, and I thank our Chairman Green for offering this important piece of legislation. Is there any other member who wishes to be recognized to speak on the legislation?
Yes.
Doctor, I recognize you for the purpose of 5 minutes to speak on the legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to be recognized to discuss H.R. 7365, the Vets Safe Travel Act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 7365 would require the Transportation Security Administration to provide free pre-check enrollments for disabled and severely injured veterans. These veterans have served our country honorably, and they deserve to travel without unnecessary hassle. In June, this committee advanced my bill, H.R. 8645, the Improved Screening for Veterans and Passengers with Disability Act. This bill would also provide free pre-check enrollments to the same population of veterans. It requires that TSA provides expedited screening to all passengers with disabilities enrolled in pre-check, even if they do not enter the checkpoint through a dedicated pre-check lane. My legislation would also require TSA to provide officers with annual training specifically dedicated to screening passengers with disabilities. I'm glad the committee advanced my bill in June, and I hope we will be able to continue to move my critical legislation forward. While the bill before us today would not accomplish everything included in my bill, I am glad our committee is continuing to advance my work to allow our disabled and severely injured passengers to travel more easily. In particular, I want to thank the chairman for offering an amendment today to adopt the approach used in my bill to ensure pre-check enrollments for disabled veterans are paid for through regular appropriations, not by hiking fees on other passengers. I'm proud to support this measure, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
I thank Mr. Thanadar, and does anyone else wish to comment on the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Hearing none, the question now is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by myself. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. Question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 7365, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9668, the Shield Against the CCP Act. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9668, offered by Mr. Strong, to establish in the Department of Homeland Security a working group relating to countering terrorist, cybersecurity, border and port security, and transportation security threats posed to the United States by the Chinese Communist Party and for other purposes.
Without objection, the reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, is recognized for 5 minutes to
Thank
speak
you,
on
Mr.
his
Chairman. I'm pleased the committee is convened today to mark up this important legislation. As we all agree, the Chinese Communist Party poses a clear and present danger to America's democracy and security. The CCP will continue to exploit every possible avenue to undermine our national security, whether it be through theft of intellectual properties and technology, threatening our critical infrastructure, or conducting surveillance activities across the United States. Most significantly, Unfortunately, our immigration system is routinely exploited by the CCP through identity theft, undermining our visa processes, and unlawful border crossings. And the Biden-Harris administration, their open southern border, soft on China policies have only emboldened our adversaries in their pursuit to harm American interest. According to the CBP data, apprehensions of China foreign nationals nationwide have increased from 342 in fiscal year 2021 to over 35,000 in fiscal year 2024 to date. It is critical that the DHS do more to combat these complex threats both at home and abroad. For these reasons, I introduced H.R. 9668, the Shield Against CCP Act. This legislation requires DHS to establish a working group to counter the CCP's threat, and additionally would require the group to examine, assess it, and report DHS efforts to that end. Additionally, H.R. 9668 imposes stringent reporting requirements to hold DHS accountable and ensure they implement a strategy proportionate to the aggression we face from the Chinese government today. Thank you to Representative Swazi for joining me in introducing this legislation, and to the members who have signed on as co-sponsors. I'd also like to thank the staff for their work on this. I urge my colleagues to support this critical, important measures to protect our national security and safeguard our interest. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Swazi, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to thank Congressman Strong and the staff for authorizing me to be the co-lead of this bipartisan bill. As co-chair of the Uyghur Caucus and as a former member of the Congressional Executive Commission on China, I've seen that the actions of the Chinese Communist Party at home and around the world have shown us that they're intent on undermining the global standing of the United States of America and weakening democratic institutions and norms. Chinese Communist Party is engaged in transnational repression by harassing and surveilling people living here in the United States of America, including those in the U.S. Uyghur community. The director of the FBI has stated that the CCP poses a broad and unrelenting threat to the U.S. critical infrastructure. This Congress cannot relent when it comes to protecting the United States of America from the Chinese Communist Party. In August, Microsoft released a report detailing the efforts by the Chinese Communist Party to influence American voters ahead of the November election, divide the country, and even incite violence. Such attacks on democracy and democratic institutions cannot be tolerated. It can't go unchecked. And today we can take action by supporting H.R. 9668. This bill helps DHS coordinate its efforts to address these and other threats to the homeland posed by the Chinese Communist Party. This bill would require the Department of Homeland Security to establish a working group to, 1, evaluate threats posed by the CCP, 2, identify what the department is doing to address these threats, 3, identify what more could be done to address these threats, and 4, to facilitate coordination across the department to holistically address the threats from the Chinese Communist Party. By supporting this bill, Congress can ensure that the department has a strong and unified response to the Chinese Communist Party's provocation and aggression. Again, I'd like to thank Congressman Strong for sponsoring this bill, and I urge all members of the committee to support this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 9668, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Hearing pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3386, the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 3386, offered by Chairman Green, to amend the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Act to require hygienic handling of breast milk and baby formula by security screening personnel of the Transportation Security Administration and personnel of private security companies providing security screening and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the measure.
Thank you, Chairman. And you did look at me with a quizzical look as to why I am introducing the Bottles and Breastfeeding Equipment Screening Enhancement Act. I want to credit Katie Porter. This is her legislation, but I've worked with her over the years on this piece of legislation. And I've done it as a husband who has seen, frankly, just how awfully women who are breastfeeding are treated when they go through airport screening. And it's no fault of our hardworking TSA agents. It's really, frankly, just a lack of education and awareness. But if you are traveling with breast milk, you are pulled aside, the milk is tested. If you have kids with you, the last thing you want as you're trying to go through an airport metal detector is for your little screaming, impatient children to have to wait for rigorous testing of your breast milk. And even worse, if you are a working woman traveling by yourself without the children, but you're still breast pumping, you still have to travel with your breast pump and your breast milk. And oftentimes you are asked by TSA agents, if this is breast milk, where are your children? And that is just humiliating, as you can imagine, because of the guilt that many women carry that they don't have their children with them, and they have to work, and they have to be away from the children. This seeks to bring awareness to this issue and just have women treated better as they're going through airport screening. So again, I want to thank Ms. Porter. I also want to thank a Californian scientist and author, Emily Calandrelli, who has worked to really socialize this issue as well. The current TSA rules deem breast milk and pumping accessories as medically necessary liquids that travelers can bring aboard an aircraft. However, they face inconsistent screenings and improper handling of pumped breast milk, causing new parents and their babies potential harm. HR 3386 would help address these challenges by requiring the TSA administrator to issue and update guidance to minimize the risk of contamination of breast milk, baby formula, juice, and purified water during TSA screening. This bill also goes a step further to require TSA to consult with nationally recognized maternal health organizations to develop such guidelines and to establish hygienic standards for screening these items. I also want to thank the TSA administrator who I have met with and talked to about this legislation and their openness in engaging. Nothing in this bill reduces the security standards for TSA screening. I understand the need to screen for liquid explosives and other threats to aviation, and I'm grateful to every TSA employee for keeping us safe in the skies. This bill will simply make sure that TSA carries out its screening in a hygienic manner that provides dignity for parents with the confidence that mothers can feed their babies milk or formula without fear of unsanitary health risks. Because at the end of the day, all mothers or any new parent cares about is the health and well-being of their children. So again, I thank you, Chairman, for bringing this forward. I thank Ms. Porter for introducing it. I thank Ms. Calandrelli for advocating it. And I hope every mother in the future will have a better experience. We can't legislate how your kids act, but we can legislate what TSA does with breast milk for traveling mothers. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Mr. Correa, you're recognized.
I wasn't going to speak on this measure, but just listening to Mr. Swalwell brings back memories of each time all of us travel through the airport. And you see those parents struggling with their kids, single moms or individual moms with their kids, you know, trying to figure out what to do with their breast milk, their equipment. This is all about training and making sure that our airport security knows how to address these matters. It brought back memories when my kids, 4 of them, were little kids at the same time, and my wife, Esther, and I trying to walk through security. She's an OB, so she's always encouraging women to breastfeed. This is the right thing to do for your children. And so we as federal officials, federal government, want to encourage that kind of public policy for our children. It's the right thing to do. Fully support this measure. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill, H.R. 3386, to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 8119, the Pearl Act. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies were available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 8119, offered by Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas, to establish in U.S. Customs and Border Protection a pilot program to adopt dogs from local animal shelters to be trained as therapy dogs and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. And I now recognize Mr. Gonzalez for purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8119, offered by Mr. Tony Gonzalez of Texas.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with and the amendment in the nature of the substitute shall be considered base text of the bill for the purpose of further amendment. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his measure.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm pleased that the committee has convened today to mark up H.R. 8119, the Pearl Act. The bill would establish a 3-year pilot program to provide more therapy dogs like Pearl, U.S. Border Patrol's first therapy canine, by acquiring and training dogs through adoption at local animal shelters. I thank all members for supporting this common sense bill, and especially to my friend and colleague, Congressman Correa, for joining me as a co-lead. Given the worst border crisis we've seen over the past several years, our Border Patrol agents and CBP personnel are struggling more than ever as they're forced to deal with the mental toll of the nature of their job and keeping communities safe. CBP has seen at least 150 deaths by suicide from 2007 to 2022, with 15 CBP personnel having taken their lives in 2022 alone, the worst year yet. Last year, CBP launched the Support Canine Program, which aims to deploy at least one therapy dog on site to every Border Patrol sector. The Pearl Act is simple. It would establish a pilot program that would allow CBP to work with local animal shelters to train these dogs to assist in grief, mitigate trauma, and improve the overall mental health of Border Patrol agents who face critical incidents every day. I encourage all my colleagues in this committee to support this bipartisan bill, with further supports the committee's efforts to address and improve the mental health of our frontline agents securing the border. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on this amendment?
Chairman.
Ms. Cray, you're recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I also want to thank Representative Gonzalez for introducing this common sense legislation. In my time as ranking member on the subcommittee for border security and on my many trips to the border, I've seen firsthand the importance of investing in these programs that support mental health for our DHS workers. It's a high-stress job working at the border on a daily basis, long hours, challenges. These folks need our help, and that's why I'm proud to sponsor this legislation. This bill invests in CBP's Support Canine Program by creating a pilot program where CBP adopts dogs from local animal shelter and trains them as therapy dogs. Many studies have found that even a short-term interactions with these therapy dogs can reduce anxiety and distress. Not only will this bill give frontline officers and agents more access to therapy dogs, but it's going to help dogs in need of a home across the communities. We need to continue to invest and expand mental health services and support for our CBP officers and agents, and this legislation is one very important way of doing so. Support it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill or the amendment? Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 8119, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9762, the DHS International Cyber Partner Act of 2024. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 9762, offered by Mr. Menendez, To amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 to provide explicit authority for the Secretary of Homeland Security and the Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency to work with international partners on cybersecurity and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The threats to the digital ecosystem are evolving rapidly, and our most sophisticated adversaries are leveraging their cyber arsenals to advance their global agendas. Public reporting has confirmed that state-sponsored threat actors from Russia, China, and Iran have targeted critical infrastructure that Americans rely on every day, from water systems to our electric grid. We also know that these state-sponsored threat actors engage in destructive cyber attacks against our allies. Well before Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Kremlin-backed hackers took the Ukrainian electric grid offline in December 2015 cyber attack. Afterward, and at the Ukrainian government's request, DHS and its interagency partners traveled to Ukraine to investigate the incident and identify potential mitigations. This collaboration not only improved the security of an ally's electric grid, but it also helped us better understand the tactics Russian threat actors might use against critical infrastructure here in the United States. Since then, the department's efforts to work with our allies to achieve our shared digital security goals has grown. Following Hamas's October 7th attack against Israel, for example, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency worked with the Israeli National Cyber Directorate to ensure it had the information necessary to protect their systems. Last summer, while on a CODEL hosted by Chairman Garbarino, I had the opportunity to meet with CISA's cyber attaché in London and learn about how CISA's small presence abroad helps build important relationships that improve security at home. The digital ecosystem has no border. Making our allies more secure online makes the United States more secure online. That's why I introduced H.R. 9762, the DHS International Cyber Partner Act, a companion to legislation introduced by Senator Peters. The bill would codify the authority of DHS and CISA to engage with allies to advance shared cybersecurity goals in consultation with the Secretary of State. In particular, my bill authorizes DHS to station personnel overseas to collaborate with international partners on efforts to secure critical infrastructure and improve cybersecurity. It also authorizes DHS to provide equipment, services, technical assistance, and expertise to international partners, provided that doing so advances the security interests of the United States. Collectively, these authorities would enhance DHS and CISA's existing partnerships with allies abroad, including Israel and Ukraine, and expand capacity to partner with additional allies, such as those in Asia facing increasing cyber threats from China. Before I close, I would like to thank the majority staff for working with me on refinements to this legislation and advancing this bill to markup. With that, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 9762, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone else wish to speak on the bill? Are there any amendments to the bill? Hearing none, the question is on reporting the bill. H.R. 9762 to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 5729. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 5729, offered by Mr. Pfluger, to prohibit the use of federal funds to establish a Homeland Intelligence Experts Group and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and it's considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of the substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of the substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5729, offered by Mr. Pfluger.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute should be considered base text for the purpose of the further amendment. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing this bill that would prohibit the use of federal funds to establish a Homeland Intelligence Experts Group, or any similar group for that matter. In September of last year, DHS established a Homeland Intelligence Expert Group. This group was allegedly made up of members to advise the Office of Intelligence and Analysis and assist with decision-making and provide outside perspectives on intelligence and counterterrorism. Two of the so-called experts in this group are John Brennan and James Clapper, who both signed a discredited public statement on October 19, 2020, that incorrectly implied reports of Hunter Biden's political influence peddling were the product of Russian disinformation. The statement was used by multiple media organizations and social media companies to downplay and suppress reports before the 2020 presidential election. Further troubling is the fact that the experts group also included a former Justice Department official, Tashina Gahar, who was extensively involved in the FBI's probe into baseless allegations that President Trump colluded with Russia in the 2016 election. For a group that is supposed to be objective and nonpartisan, DHS stacked this group with individuals who have abused their credentials and prior roles within the federal government to seemingly advance partisan or personal agendas. On May 2nd, DHS agreed that the Homeland Security Intelligence Group's expert group would be wound down following litigation that raised serious concerns that members of the group did not demonstrate objectivity. While this was a step in the right direction, DHS later formed a seemingly rebranded Homeland Intelligence Advisory Board to build upon, quote, build upon the experts group. On June 25th, 2024, Republican members of the committee sent a letter to Secretary Mayorkas requesting documents and information regarding this advisory board. And other than a boilerplate letter response, these requests remain to this day outstanding. It's unsurprising that we've been stonewalled by DHS and our requests have gone unanswered, but this is a consistent theme. My common sense legislation simply prohibits the creation of the group or the formation of any group, program, initiative, or any other similar effort that's equivalent to the group within DHS, no matter the administration, that could be used to potentially support political agendas or messaging while being guised as an expert or advisory group. And I'd also add that the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has included a similar provision in the Intelligence Authorization Act that prohibits federal funds from being obligated or expended to support the expert group or any successor group as well. That similar provision was passed out of the committee. It's imperative that DHS works to address the catastrophic border crisis in which over 10 million immigrants have crossed the border illegally, including almost 400 known or suspected terrorists, or INA's shortcomings to live up to the original purpose that DHS was supposed to have for them. You know, as we sit through these briefs, these threat briefs together, and we hear information, and we go into a SCIF, and as a user of intelligence for over 25 years, who struck targets in enemy territory, it is critical that we get nonpartisan, unbiased, non-politicized, factual intelligence. There is no place in any administration for the politicization of intelligence. The American public is putting their trust in us to go into that SCIF and perform the correct duties to analyze the intelligence that we get. This is common sense, and it's actually, our country depends on it. The safety, the security of our country and every single citizen depends on doing just that. We have to stop any sort of effort to politicize. And if we all believe in that, this is going to be an easy bill to support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Goldman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my colleague from Texas. There needs to be nonpartisan, apolitical intelligence and expertise that informs all of our executive branch agencies. That's a big part of the reason why Schedule F of Project 2025 is so dangerous, because it would literally remove all nonpartisan experts from the federal government and allow for anyone implementing it to install political lackeys with political viewpoints. The problem with this bill is several-fold. First of all, this group does not exist anymore. So then the question is, why does this bill prohibit it? And that gets to the next point, which it clearly is not intended to prohibit this specific intelligent experts group. It is the grossly generalized language of any similar effort that this bill would also preclude. And I at least appreciate that my colleague from Texas was open about the reason why he is putting forward a bill that would make it more difficult for the Department of Homeland Security to gather expert advice in order to do their jobs. And we've had a lot of testimony in this committee, including from some of these outside groups who work with CISA to ensure that our elections are secure, that
the DHS relies very heavily on outside experts. So you want to get to the rub of this, which is that you don't like the letter that 51 former intelligence officials signed in October of 2020, which you misquoted. It did not say that the Hunter Biden laptop or the release of the information about it was Russian disinformation. It said that based on all of their expertise, it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. And there are lots of very good reasons for that, that I know you choose to ignore. Let's just dig into it for a minute, because who was the source of, it wasn't a laptop, it was actually a hard drive. Who was the source of the hard drive? The source of the hard drive was Rudy Giuliani. And now we know, after there's been declassified information, that Rudy Giuliani was cavorting with known Russian intelligence agents for over a year leading up to that October surprise. So the notion that an intelligence expert, such as the former director of the CIA or the former director of the Office of National Intelligence, would view a selective release by someone cavorting with Russian assets, Russian intelligence agents, to be a hallmark of Russian intelligence is accurate. It's 100% accurate. You just don't like what it said, and you don't like that neutral, objective intelligence officials would read the cavorting and association of Rudy Giuliani with Russian intelligence agents to be an obvious and objective concern about Russian interference in our election, just like they, of course, did in 2016. And so let's go back to this. The other woman, I'm not familiar with her, but you said something about the Russian investigation.
Will the gentleman yield? 10 seconds.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, it's nice that we can have fun. I mean, I do, it is good to have.
Do you have a yielding for a question, or what's your?
But if I wanted to ask you about the definition of is, as we go back to the hallmarks of Russian disinformation.
All right, I'll reclaim my time. So,
the gentleman reclaims.
The interesting thing is that the entire intelligence community has definitively assessed that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. Are you now saying, Mr. Pfluger, that anyone who has ever signed on to an intelligence determination or assessment that says that Russia interfered in the 2016 election cannot provide any information or expertise to anyone in the federal government because they show signs of political bias? And I'm happy to yield to you to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. And I know that this is a personal issue for you here.
No, it's not personal to me.
It's
personal to
if
the
you're
United
reclaiming,
States.
if you're reclaiming, reclaim.
No, go ahead.
With previous dealings with this issue. But I think you're also in agreement that we shouldn't have politicized intelligence. I just heard you say that for a couple of minutes.
I am.
So
I'll reclaim my time. The problem is you are parroting misinformation and incorrect information to impugn very dignified and respected former members of the intelligence community who have given their careers to this country to protect our country with intelligence, that they carry a tremendous amount of expertise.
So the gentleman's time has expired, and I'm comfortable if someone else wants to yield to him, but as I said at the beginning of the committee today, I'm going to stick to the 5-minute rule because it's a long 21 bill or 20 bill day. So does anyone else wish to comment on the bill? Mr. Carter, you're recognized.
I yield my time, Mr. Coleman.
Mr. Golden, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll finish up briefly because it's pretty remarkable that this bill is being put forward to prohibit any funding for any outside expertise from former intelligence officials or anyone with expertise to the Department of Homeland Security, which we all know that the department relies heavily upon because of your subjective viewpoint that an assessment that something carries the hallmarks of a Russian intelligence operation is somehow a politicized viewpoint and therefore undermines the credibility of anyone who had signed that letter to be able to give nonpartisan or apolitical intelligence. You are hamstringing the department from trying to receive expert information from those who are public servants and who are experts. And you're basing it on your own political views, not their political views, because you don't like things that they may have said based on their objective experience. And so I just want to note for the record, and I hope this does go into the legislative history, that because this term, similar effort, is so overly vague as to be undefined, that this bill shall not apply to anything other than the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group, and that whatever successor or future group that the Department of Homeland Security would like to convene in order for them to do their jobs better is permitted and should be funded by the Department of Homeland Security, because this is unconstitutionally vague otherwise. And so I want the legislative record to note that this must be interpreted as solely affecting the Homeland Intelligence Experts Group. And I yield back to Mr. Carter. Thank you.
Gentleman yields, Mr. Carter. Gentleman yields.
Mr. Chairman.
Does anyone else wish to?
Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Green, you're recognized.
Yes, I'd like to enter for the record 2 letters that the committee sent to Secretary Mayorkas about this issue. So I'd like to enter both of these into the record.
So ordered.
Also, I'd like to remind everyone that the Russia hoax started with Christopher Steele writing a dossier. No, I do not yield time to you. Writing a dossier.
You know you're wrong, though.
Writing
Say this over and over.
Mr. Goldman, you do not have the floor.
Written by Christopher Steele, paid for by Hillary Clinton's campaign and others. This was purely politics to smear Donald Trump in the 2016 election. It was a complete and total lie, propagated by Democrats and the media. Smeared President Trump, leading to the Russia hoax, leading to this lie, and the American people know it. Here's the real issue. People like James Clapper and John Brennan, they should not have their security clearances. They should be revoked and taken away because they no longer work for the government. They go on television and lie about things like the Hunter Biden laptop. They go on television and talk about a letter they've signed with other intelligence community experts lying about the Hunter Biden laptop in order to make the American people believe something that isn't true. They use their title as intelligence community experts, and they use that heavy weight of that title to tell lies to the American people, to persuade people during a presidential election. You want to know where the contents of that laptop came from? Came directly from Hunter Biden, because that was his laptop. And all of the information on that laptop belonged to Hunter Biden. The liars were the 51 intelligence community experts, so-called experts, that signed their name to a lie in order to persuade the American people of such a lie. That's why those people honestly should not have their security clearances anymore. They shouldn't. And, perhaps that's a bill we should consider, Mr. Chairman. I support this bill, and I yield to my friend, Mr. Pfluger.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you to
So,
my
Mr.
colleague.
Pfluger.
And just as a point, that laptop has now been entered as evidence as a federal crime by the Justice Department. So let's just get the facts on the table here.
Will you yield?
No, I won't. But and I think it's also a point, Mr. Chairman, to direct our comments to the chair as a matter of our decorum here in the committee room. But this is important, you know? This is important, that we get to the heart of the matter. And every American deserves to hear the truth, the facts. And when we have politicized people who, for the purpose and using their security clearances to politically motivate, suppress, or censor information, then there's questions. And that's what this bill addresses. It addresses that very thing. It gets to the heart of our homeland security. There's no room for politicization of intel, period. And that's all it is. It sounds like that you support that. So I look forward to seeing you vote in favor of this. I'll yield back to my friend from Georgia.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentlelady yields. I recognize Mr. I did hear a female
was me.
voice. Mr. Ramirez, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleague in front of me started with saying we should not be politicizing our time here. But as I'm hearing debate on this particular bill, it is all about politics. I strongly oppose HR 5729 because it is a MAGA political stunt that folks would have long-lasting damaging effects on Homeland Security. The bill's language belies what its actual purpose is. You see, the bill, it says that it would defund Homeland Intelligence Experts Group, but as my colleague to my right here said, it no longer exists. But this bill does go far beyond just that. It actually prohibits any federal funding for the establishment of an equivalent group, any program initiative, or any similar effort. And it goes as far as attempting to tie future Congress's hands by prohibiting the authorization of any activities at DHS that are equivalent to activities of the experts group. But see, looking at the legislation, nowhere in the legislation is equivalent group or similar effort defined, nowhere. So this vague, overbroad legislation would prohibit DHS from soliciting and receiving diverse perspectives on Homeland Security intelligence from outside intelligence groups, from civil rights and liberty organizations, from local law enforcement agencies, from state and local governments, from private industry, I can go on. In fact, HR 5729 would prevent the very people and the organizations that DHS aims to protect from weighing in on DHS intelligence activities. Mr. Chairman, I don't know about you, but I want DHS to have the ability to actually engage with people and organizations outside the federal government without regard to politics, so that the people and the organizations DHS serves can actually have a voice on what DHS is doing. This bill, it's the opposite. For that reason, I oppose HR 5729, and I give the remaining of my time, I yield it back to Mr. Goldman.
Thank you very much, and fully agree with everything you just said. I'm just going to take a quick opportunity to clarify some blatantly false statements from my colleagues, which not only were once again reiterated in this committee room, but have been pervasive and persistent for many years now. First of all, let's talk about evidence, which my colleague from Texas brought up. That is correct. The laptop belonging to Hunter Biden was admitted into evidence in a trial. That is a different piece of technology than the one that was provided to the New York Post. And if you don't believe me, you can ask the former New York Post writer who testified before the weaponization subcommittee, who acknowledged that she received a hard drive, not the laptop, a hard drive from Rudy Giuliani. And it doesn't take a computer expert to understand that hard drives can be manipulated. So if your point is to say that because the Hunter Biden laptop was introduced into evidence in a trial, that therefore whatever Rudy Giuliani had was legitimate, you're sorely mistaken and completely wrong. I also would just like to briefly address one thing, because it's impossible to address everything that my colleague from Georgia said. The Russia investigation very clearly started from a tip from an Australian diplomat to the FBI about a conversation that he had with someone who was involved in Donald Trump's campaign. You like to lump in the Christopher Steele dossier as if that had anything to do with the origination of the actual Russia election interference investigation. It did not. It did have to do with subsequent FISA warrants, and that has been the subject of an intelligence committee, but that had absolutely nothing to do with the investigation that led Special Counsel Mueller to conclude that Russia interfered in the 2016 election, the Trump campaign knew it, and the Trump campaign welcomed that interference and used it for its purpose. So the Steele dossier has nothing to do with that investigation. Let's be very clear about that. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
That's. Thank you. And I just want to set the record straight because there's been some misinformation here. The Hunter Biden laptop, the reason somebody had it was because he failed to pick it up. And there was a copy of the hard drive of the laptop was given to the New York Post. That story was published. And at the time, a senior Biden administration or Biden campaign official by the name of Anthony Blinken, he called an individual by the name of Michael Morrell, who was a former deputy director of the CIA. He asked to help draft a letter that urged the intelligence community to be vigilant about Russian disinformation during the 2020 election. Now, they signed it, and they signed it with saying that this had all the earmarks or hallmarks hallmarks, really should have said hallmarks, of Russian disinformation. This story about Hunter Biden and his laptop. All the while, they knew that the information was actually true. Because I'm not going to yield, okay? Because they knew that they had a copy of of Biden's laptop. The New York Post had already written about it, and it was done 2 days prior to a presidential debate in order to give President Biden cover that he took out and said 51 people, 51 intelligence officers said that this is misinformation.
Will you yield for a question?
No, I won't.
Just for a
No, I won't.
question.
No, I'm not. Okay, so don't ask again, okay? That this is misinformation, all right? So the only people that really interfered in our election, because later, when asked, a poll was taken about, hey, had you known that the Hunter Biden laptop information was real, would you have changed your vote? A good number, enough to overturn that election, said they would. So the only people that really interfered in our election were the supposedly, trusted experts of the intelligence community that lied to the American people. Not directly, very, very smart. Like I said, had all the hallmarks of. And that was used by the technology companies like Twitter at the time, Facebook, to subvert and basically destroy that story, which was true all along. And not one thing that the New York Post has ever written about what was in that laptop has ever been disputed as being false. Not one thing. After now we know that we have the Hunter Biden laptop. So good trying to change history, okay? But history has a way of coming back and biting you, just like it's doing right now. Because that's exactly what happened, and that's the truth. And by the way, at the end, I still have some time? Great, okay. At the end, the only party, the only people that actually paid Russians to lie and put false information into the Steele dossier was the Clinton campaign and the DNC, who by the way, tried to wash that payment through a legal firm, and then they were fined by the FEC for doing that to the tune of about $500,000. all right? So the only people trying to really fool the American people, are sitting on that side of the aisle right now. Thank you. and I
Yield
yield
now?
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll yield my remaining time to you.
Thank you. I'd like to enter for the record an article dated March 17th, 2022, 2 years after the 2020 election, where 51 intelligence community so-called experts lied to the American people, saying the Hunter Biden laptop wasn't real. The New York Times belatedly admits the emails on Hunter Biden's abandoned laptop are real and newsworthy. That would have been great information for the American people in the election of 2020. Mr. Chair, I'd also like to introduce for the record another article dated March 30th, 2022, after 51 intelligence community experts lied to the American people in 2020. This one is titled, "Washington Post Joins New York Times in Finally Admitting Emails from Hunter Biden Laptop Are Real." I'd like to enter those for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I yield back.
Without objection, both will be entered into the record. Would like to remind all members to please direct their comments to the chair and not to other members here. I will be happy to receive those comments. Do any other members wish to speak? Ms. Clark, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman.
Thank you to my colleague from my next door neighbor in New York. I'm not going to belabor this. It's been belabored for 8 years. I will point out one fundamental flaw in my friend from Florida's recitation of what transpired. These were 51 former officials who did not have access to the FBI's evidence files and could not have had any. Do you need to, can you just listen? And who could not have had access and so would not have known whether or not there was a real laptop or whether it was compared. And that's why the fact is that when they said these are hallmarks of Russian intelligence operation, they were speaking based on their expertise of being longtime public servants, intelligence officials who have dealt directly with Russian intelligence and their efforts not only to interfere in the 2016 election, but going back decades. So I know my colleagues like to throw around the idea that they lied. They had no information to the contrary because only the FBI had the laptop in its custody and nobody else had the laptop. And as many people acknowledge, I'm sure even my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would acknowledge, hard drives can be tampered with. So the fact that there was information on the laptop does not mean that that information remains untampered on a hard drive. So let's just get this straight, because ultimately what this bill is about is a retributive effort by the Republicans to punish intelligence experts who don't share their view of politics and policy, but who used their expert judgment in an objective way with the necessary and proper qualifiers, and in no way, shape, or form lied under any definition of that word, except for the completely perverse definition that I guess my colleague from Georgia seems to have. But let's call a spade here, because you are essentially trying to make sure that the Department of Homeland Security does not have access to expert information in order to keep our homeland safe. And you're doing that because of a misunderstanding and misrepresentation about what you would like to have as revisionist history, that some of those experts actually, opinions that those experts actually made. And it is truly a shame that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are falling prey to this really ugly and political discourse that is having a dramatic and would have a dramatic impact on the Department of Homeland Security actually keeping our homeland safe. Ms. Clark, I'll yield back unless...
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's interesting that my colleague from New York, Mr. Goldman, just argued that they had no evidence to the contrary because the FBI had the laptop. If they had no evidence, Mr. Chairman, then why did they feel it necessary to release this letter without having all the evidence? Normally, that's pretty common when you're investigating something. And I think Mr. Jimenez, my colleague from Florida, pointed out exactly why they did it, because they were scared to death that this evidence that had been released, regardless of who it was from, was true. And if it was true and the American people found out about Hunter Biden and everything that he was up to, would have voted differently. And polls showed that post-election. All right.
You voted differently for Hunter Biden?
Sir, I haven't yielded my time. Thank you. If you could respect that, I respected while you were talking. My colleague talks about the fact that he doesn't like, my colleague from New York talks about the fact that he doesn't like, or that we don't like, that this information came from Rudy Giuliani. But what he's not telling you is what he doesn't like is that now, after we're close to 4 years removed from this, everybody knows that the Hunter Biden laptop is in fact true. He can make every argument in the world, but we all know it's true. And here's the thing. When I hear some of my colleagues, Mr. Chairman, talk about, oh, we don't want Homeland Security working with experts or outside sources, this bill is not going to stop that. Law enforcement and DHS will continue to use experts and outside sources. What this bill does is stop DHS and the American people from funding an experts group. So I want to make that really clear. We're going to continue to use experts. Law enforcement will continue to use experts, sources, people who are giving them information. It's not going to stop that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Will the gentleman yield?
I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member is recognized.
I actually would like to get back to the bill. The Hunter Biden thing kind of distracts from what I think is the original intent. In reading this legislation, I want to figure out the purpose. The purpose is, as Mr. Crane referenced, it talks about specific information advisory committee, expert committees. I'm convinced that when you prohibit an agency from having that kind of access to information, you make us vulnerable. And I would hope the gentleman in making this bill will want to keep us safe. I think any secretary should have access to all the experts available on any given subject. And I would encourage this committee to say to prohibit that makes us vulnerable as a country, but also it limits whoever the secretary is from doing his or her job. My understanding is that the Homeland Intelligence Advisory Board is basically a forum for DHS to get input from a variety of communities, including intelligence experts, Homeland Security experts, private and civil liberties folk, and all this. I don't see us saying you don't need to talk to these kind of people because their mission is to keep us safe from foreign and domestic challenges. And I don't know how you can do it without talking to people. So I'm inclined to think that we want the federal government to hear all the diverse views possible and then make a rational decision on the information collected. So from my perspective, I'll be voting no on the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the assertion that there's somehow a personal motivation to make our country less secure is ludicrous. Like, that's absolutely ludicrous. And I know some in this room are new to intelligence and going into the SCIF and receiving these briefs. But we're not talking about diverse views, we're talking about facts. That's all that matters, are the facts. I'd actually like to work, my colleague from New York mentioned that the 51 folks that signed this letter had no access to the FBI files prior to signing this letter. That they had no access to the facts is what I heard him say, that they could not have known, and I quote, they could not have known. I think that's exactly the reason that we're concerned. Because they could not have known. And actually, I would like to work with my colleague from New York on something. If we're so sure that this group of experts was right, why don't we ask them to come take a polygraph on their letter? And let's just set the record straight for once and all. Let's ask them to take a polygraph about that letter, because that is actually a requirement when you have access to classified information. You submit yourself willingly with a non-disclosure agreement that says you won't talk about classified information, and that you submit yourself willingly to a polygraph. Anybody who's had access to classified information in any other agency in this federal government has signed that letter. I've signed it. Everybody else has signed it. Let's ask that group of 51 people, will you work with me on that? Will you ask them to come take a polygraph on this issue? I yield.
Will the
Thank you.
gentleman
Would you
yield?
Thank you. Just to follow up on that.
I just wanted, will you work with me to ask them to do the polygraph?
You know they've all testified under oath to the
That's not the question I'm asking.
Judiciary Committee.
That's not the question.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
I reclaim my
Point of
time.
order, claim, the gentleman from Texas has
Pull this thing
reclaimed his
back
time.
on, just pull this thing back on the rails. Mr. Fleury, are you done?
Would the gentleman yield?
The gentleman from Texas controls the time.
Mr. Goldman, I'll yield to you, and then I'll reclaim it, so use it wisely, please.
Gentleman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to be very clear. They made an expert assessment based on their training and experience and the facts that they knew. They did not say this information is false. They said it had the hallmarks of Russian disinformation campaign. So I don't know, I'm happy for them to come into polygraph. I don't really care. I'm sure they would say the same thing, which is not that they said, we are right, we are wrong. It was flagging an issue in the election after Russia had done the exact same thing.
Mr. Chairman.
And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Goldman. Ms. Green?
Thank you. I'd like to tell the committee there's important information to know about this advisory board, DHS advisory board. Members on the advisory board are highly political. Francis Taylor, a former Obama administration, made at least 650 political contributions, totaling over $32,000, all to the Democrat Party or Democrat candidates for office. Asha George, Rajesh Day, Karen Wagner, Elisa Massimo, they also made a combined total of 179 political contributions, totaling $60,000 exclusively to Democrat candidates for political office. I definitely support this bill. No federal funds should establish a Homeland Intelligence expert group filled with people that are highly political. So much so, they're not just political in their voting record, which is private. They're political with their funds. And they do it openly by supporting the Democrat Party and Democrat candidates. I don't think this is good. We've seen it with the intelligence community signing their name to a lie, and they knew it was a lie. 51 intelligence officials lied about the Hunter Biden laptop, and we saw the Democrats lie about the Russia hoax. Thank you. I yield back.
Yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman. Latrell, will you yield for 5 seconds to me? 10 seconds, whatever you have left. Yes, sir, Mr. Jimenez. Thank you. The point is that the origin of that letter is purely political. It came from the Biden campaign. Mr. Blinken was working for the Biden campaign, and he asked a senior intelligence official to help him draft it and have people sign it. And since they didn't know if it was true or not, they should have never signed it, because they didn't know if it was true or not. That came out of your own mouth, all right? So it was purely political act, and that's what we're trying to stop right now. Thank you.
We're actually trying to stop interference in our elections. That's what we're trying to
Come
stop.
on, hey, Dan.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment?
Chairman?
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to join the ranking member in sort of getting back to the text of this bill. This would be a complete ban on funding any type of advisory group. And so, Mr. Pfluger, do you believe that it's important for executive level officials to be able to engage and get the insights of state and local governments and private industry? And so I would yield to you, because I think that's critically important.
No, thank you for that.
If you think that's valuable.
No, I think it's very important to have the facts discussed. It's very important. This bill prohibits the funding, and this is the difference. It's very important, and I never walked into an intelligence brief where we had an outside group that was telling us about the threat we were going to face that wasn't particularly vetted by the experts.
I just want to because you sort of keep making that distinction when we go down to SCIF, and that's a particular classified setting for this, right? And this is the ability of DHS to engage with external stakeholders in a variety of different conversations, and how you sort of have framed this bill about the predecessor and then any future, right, advisory group means that it's really going to tie the hands of this DHS, the next DHS, and any DHS moving forward. And to me, why would we do that, to the ranking member's point, when we seem to all be in agreement that it's really helpful to get these external parties? And if you think it's important, then you need to be able to appropriate money, and any money appropriated to DHS to be used in furtherance of an advisory group that seeks these opinions.
Will you yield for a second?
I yield.
Yeah, I'd like to work with you in future Congresses on our oversight.
Yeah.
And if you'd allow me to enter this into the record.
Only if it's good stuff.
It's good stuff. This is the HPSI bill that basically says that it's the same language.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman?
Without objection.
I'd like to work with you because I think our job is oversight regardless of political party. That's what this bill is about, is let's hit the reset button. In our opinion, and you may disagree, I agree with Mr. Jimenez, that this was a political maneuver. We want to hit the reset button to get back to intelligence. We're not okay with this. My constituents aren't okay with it. We want to hit the reset button so we have good, factual intelligence that keeps our country safe.
And I think the oversight function is exactly what you're trying to get at, right? And totally understand, and you can have your viewpoint, which may differ from Mr. Goldman's, from other colleagues, et cetera. That's entirely fine. But this bill goes so far beyond what you're trying to achieve, when we all seem to be in agreement that connecting the federal executive branches with outside voices is critically important. If we think it's important, then we need to be able to fund it. And so I understand you may be frustrated, I understand you may be upset with what happened, but to say and tie DHS's hands when they have such a critically important mission, why this committee is so important, and they will not have the ability, and if they use any money appropriated to them to anything that looks like that, we're gonna have a problem. And so I think we can better achieve what you're looking for, not by this bill, but by other pursuits. I yield to you.
It's trust.
Yeah.
We don't trust. My constituents don't trust. They're demanding a reset. They just don't trust. This bill hits the reset button to get the trust back, to restore trust.
And we can go back and forth. I know the lies and liars has been used a lot. It's not for me. But that's also what political elections are for, if people don't have trust, right? And we're supposed to legislate and uplift and the work that our professionals do at DHS, no matter what the administration is, right? And we have oversight of it, and we're supposed to exercise that oversight function, right? But if there's a lack of trust, I believe that belongs to the American voters to elect a new president. That being said, if we are going to use lies and liars and accuse people across the aisle back and forth, be very careful. Be very careful, because Mr. Jimenez says history comes back to bite you. Do you think the former president has been truthful with the American people from the time that he ran in 2016 to date? Because if you don't, then be very careful of who you accuse to be a liar. And I would just leave it there. I yield to Dan Goldman.
I want to flag one thing on that, just to follow on what Mr. Menendez said, that I think is very important. And I think that this notion that, oh, my constituents tell me this. The constituents tell you things that you have fomented. And they react to the partisanship that they are hearing. And I think we all need to be very, very careful, whether we're talking about the First Amendment or otherwise, of determining that someone has political bias that they cannot leave at the door and that they are incapable of ever being nonpartisan if they have given a donation to a political candidate. That is going to nullify a lot of expert people from any nonpartisan job, and I think we need to be very careful about that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman's time has expired. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the amendment? The chair recognizes the member from the great state of Rhode Island.
Thank you, Chairman. Just 2 points. First, let's not mistake the fact that foreign actors, including Russia, have tried and are continuing to try to influence our elections. It's not a conspiracy, it's not a hoax, it is real. It is the opinion of the intelligence community, the Department of Justice. In fact, just recently, the Department of Justice has put out arrest warrants against both U.S. and Russian individuals for attempting to influence our elections. And we do a grave disservice to the people we represent if we try to deny it or downplay it just because we think that those foreign actors might help our preferred candidate. But separate and apart from all of that, I want to again reinforce what Ranking Member Thompson said, which is that even if you disagree or even if you're okay with foreign actors trying to influence American elections or sow division or turn Americans against each other, the language of this bill is very broad. It would ban funding for any Homeland Intelligence experts group and doesn't even really define what a Homeland Intelligence experts group is. So is it to be read as you can't convene a group of industry experts to advise the Department of Homeland Security on any intelligence matter? We talk a lot in this committee about the importance of getting ahead of artificial intelligence, about the importance of getting ahead of quantum computing and other methods of modernizing DHS. Certainly, we will need advice from the private sector on how to do that. Certainly, we should be working collaboratively with the private sector to make the homeland more secure. And to suggest that we shouldn't do it because some of the individuals in an advisory group might have political opinions that match those of their administration, well, geez. I mean, I would guess that most people on advisory committees in a Republican administration are Republicans. Hopefully not all. Hopefully you want a diversity of opinions, but I would guess that most of them would be Republicans. And in a Democratic administration, I would guess that many of them would be Democrats. That's why we have elections. So listen, there's a lot to unpack here, but at the very least, as Ranking Member Thompson has suggested and others have echoed, the language in this bill as it is written appears to be so broad and the definitions are so vague that it could be read as to ban all kinds of interactions with experts that may help make our homeland more secure. So without belaboring it, I would encourage my friend, the sponsor, and others to maybe go back to the drawing board, refine this, be more specific about it, because the language is very broad as I read it, and I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized to speak on the bill? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendments in the nature of a substitute? Hearing none, the question is now on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Pfluger. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, please signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill, H.R. 5729, as amended to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. All opposed, please signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair,
The ranking member is recognized.
ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Chair now moves to H.R. 9731. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 9731. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall please designate the bill.
H.R. 9731, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia, to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to publish on a monthly basis the number of special interest aliens encountered attempting to unlawfully enter the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with and is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I now recognize Ms. Green for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9731, offered by Ms. Green of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered base text for the purpose of further amendment. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since being appointed as border czar, Kamala Harris has undoubtedly been a complete failure in her job and has destroyed our country by releasing record-setting levels of criminals, murderers, rapists, and terrorists into our communities. Border czar Kamala Harris said, "Do not come," yet proudly welcomed over 12 million illegals from over 170 nations and territories, including over 2 million known gotaways who completely evaded U.S. authorities. Included in this 12 million are special interest aliens, also known as SIAs. Special interest aliens are individuals who pose a potential national security risk to the United States, typically from a nation that promotes terrorist activity or harbors terrorists. Under the Biden-Harris administration, there have been at least 73,000 special interest aliens arrested at our border. This does not include the potential SIAs among the 2 million known gotaways who weren't arrested and are now roaming American communities. I say at least 73,000 because the truth is that we do not know the current number since DHS does not publicly release it anywhere. In fact, the only reason we even have this number is because it was leaked to the press. Shocking that that's the only way Americans know. I'd like to remind everyone, it only took 19 terrorists to kill close to 3,000 Americans on 9/11 and wound more than 6,000 Americans. And to get an idea what 73,000 people look like, here is the Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. This holds 71,000 people. 73,000, and we have no idea how many more, is how many special interest aliens are in the United States, and DHS does not report it. After 20 years of the U.S. fighting the war on terror, imagine how many terrorists would like to get back at the United States. The American people deserve to know how many and from which countries these potential terrorists are coming from, which is exactly what my bill will do. According to the former chief Border Patrol agent for the San Diego sector, prior to the Biden-Harris administration, the sector averaged only 10 to 15 SIA arrests per year. He testified, once word was out that the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went to over 100 SIAs in 2022, well over that in 2023, and even more than that this year. The number of special interest aliens has skyrocketed, and even more egregiously, this administration has tried to cover it up. The administration of Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, and Secretary Mayorkas told the chief Border Patrol agent that he was prohibited from releasing any of this information on the increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. Prohibited. The administration was trying to convince the public that there was no threat at the border. They are complicit in covering up the complete invasion at our border. My bill would require DHS to publish on their website each month the number of SIA encounters and countries of origin. The American people deserve to know the number of potential terrorists Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have allowed to come into the United States. After all, the American people are the taxpayers. They pay to fund DHS and everyone that works inside the entire department. They fund the government, and they have the right to know who is coming across their border, if they're terrorists or not, and which countries they come from. I urge the committee to pass my bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized?
Chairman.
Recognize the gentlelady from the great state of Illinois.
Thank you. It is a great state indeed. Thank you, Chairman. Look, this bill is another play to stoke fear and push all the anti-immigrant rhetoric right before the election. I mean, let's make no mistake, this is the last committee hearing we're going to have before the election. But this bill will do nothing to improve national security. In fact, it would be giving bad actors real-time information about enhanced screenings our law enforcement is conducting, and this legislation would actually make our communities less safe. Rep. Green's bill would require CBP to publish sensitive national security information every single month. Essentially, it would be giving bad actors around the world real-time updates, folks, on DHS operations and intelligence reporting. This bill isn't about security. Last week at a full committee hearing, Republicans actually argued that Democrats were being misleading on border issues while trying to use some chart that had mistakes left and right, misinformation everywhere. I guess they believe that facts and statistics, let me say it again, are misleading. This is all to shield from the fact that this do-nothing Congress under Republican leadership has been the least effective, folks, since the Civil War. Is it any surprise that today, the last day we're in session, before the November election, that Republicans are bringing 20 bills to markup? Folks, there's no coincidence. Up until today, we've considered very, very little legislation, trust me. No one is fooled by today's actions. And it's been painfully misleading to listen to my Republican colleagues bash immigrants at every single opportunity they get. They've called them terrorists, criminals, freeloaders, other things that I won't mention that my colleagues here call them. They've spread dangerous lies around racist narratives about migrants that have affected our communities and our constituents. But folks, it's also misleading that Republicans have blamed the administration at every turn for an increase in fentanyl and a crisis at our southern border. And then up until really today, they've pretty much blocked any attempts to seriously legislate. Republicans can say that they're taking action to help people. But folks, the American people clearly see the inaction of this Congress. You can't get the votes. We're leaving today on a CR because you can't get your votes. I believe we should be taking up measures in this committee that actually help our communities. Measures like HR 1643, the New Deal for New Americans Act, which helps immigrants and refugees thrive, integrate safely, and contribute to our community. There are so many bills that we should be working on, but what we're doing here is actually helping terrorists get information to make our country less safe in homeland security. So this bill, all it does, folks, let me make sure that you hear this. All that this bill does, that the gentle lady from Georgia has introduced, is tip off terrorists by providing them the information to help skirt out security measures. And while doing that, she of course has to make sure that we stoke fears about immigrants in the process. This is a horrible, scary bill, folks. I oppose it, and I encourage the rest of us, if for no other reason, for the security of this country, to also oppose it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a co-sponsor of this bill, and I appreciate my colleague, Congresswoman Green, for bringing it forward. My Democrat colleague, whom I respect, has stated that Republicans are attempting to promote fear with this legislation. Just clarify for America, all this legislation does is require the Department of Homeland Security to publish the number of special interest aliens that they've encountered at the border. How many of these identified illegals that meet a particular description of a travel pattern? It's been clearly identified by past administrations before the Trump administration. SIAs were clearly described and identified. Meet a particular travel pattern that's suspicious. It's crossed the level of the threshold of reasonable suspicion. Like this is a special interest alien. All Representative Green's bill mandates is very simply for DHS to tell us how many of these guys they've let into our country. Does that sound unreasonable? The good lady said we're promoting fear, then by all means, quell the fear. If you've got control of this thing and it's like no big deal, it's all cool, there's no SIAs coming in, then publish a list and we'll be quiet. We're not promoting fear, we're promoting truth and transparency. Well, something everyone should want to know. How many of these people have come into our country, have been allowed in? And we're dealing with the Department of Homeland Security, in particularly the House impeached Secretary Mayorkas. That's been obstructive regarding release of data. CBP-1 app numbers, estimated getaway numbers, overseas processing of asylum claim numbers, illegals flown directly from overseas into the interior of our country numbers. Again and again and again, this committee has had a great deal of obstruction from DHS, who's given us clear numbers. It's a matter of public record. We've had many official letters requesting data with no response, follow-up letters, subpoenas for information and data. This DHS, this secretary, under this White House, has been quite obstructive to the Homeland Security Committee. So the gentlelady from Georgia has introduced a simple piece of legislation that, quite frankly, all members of this committee should support, mandating that DHS advise Congress and publish the number of special interest aliens that they've allowed into our country. And if it's not a large number, then my Democrat friends should be happy to see that number. I support the bill. I genuinely believe that Republicans and Democrats should support mandated transparency and truth coming from our Department of Homeland Security. I will yield the balance of my time to the gentleman from Florida.
What I find interesting is that this term, special interest alien, was first coined by the Obama administration under Secretary Johnson. And so all we're trying to do is, how many have you encountered? That's it. I don't see why this is fear-mongering or anything. It's just information that is being gathered today and that should be released to the American people. So how many special interest aliens have you encountered at the border? Okay, fine. I mean, I don't see the big deal in this. And again, the term was actually coined by President Obama and his secretary. So I'll yield back.
Reclaim my time. Does the gentlelady, which time did I yield, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the other gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try and steer this back into a nonpartisan discussion, because it's not Republican or Democrat. We're Americans, and we want a safe country. Representative Green's bill would require CBP to publish sensitive national security information every month, essentially giving bad actors around the world real-time updates on DHS's operation and intelligence reporting. DHS has never publicly released these numbers on a regular basis because the numbers are law enforcement sensitive and could give away crucial information to nefarious actors. This bill provides ample opportunities to tip off terrorists by letting them know which nationalities are getting an enhanced screening in real time and exactly where CBP officers and agents have been stopping these migrants. Criminal organizations could use this information to adjust their operations to try to avoid enhanced CBP inspections. It would basically tell the bad guys that they are in one of these countries. They should destroy their passports, get rid of their identification, and lie about their origins when they reach the border. That's not what we want. I think what we want is to make sure that we're giving every opportunity for our intelligence officials to be secure, get information, and block the bad guys. This notion of Republican versus bad guy, Republicans versus Democrats, who's the good guy, who's the bad guy, has gone way too far. There's some discussions that we should not care about party. We should care about America. I can say without fear of contradiction that committee Democrats support greater transparency and accountability at DHS, but not at the expense of tipping off the terrorists and criminal organizations who wish to do harm to our country. I think we all agree with that. And some of these discussions and showmanship of one-upping the other to try and get a political point is counterproductive. It gets us nowhere. We should, in this committee, if nowhere else, should be talking about how we can come together to protect the interest of America. And my dear colleague and friend, Mr. Higgins, you're correct. We all do want transparency. But our approach is what we need to modify. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does any other member wish to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman?
I recognize the gentleman from the great state of Arizona, Mr. Crane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a quick question for my colleague, Mr. Carter. Sir, can you elaborate how you believe that us getting the information on these individuals, the SIAs, will tip off terrorist organizations?
Sure. Any opportunity that we have, the more people who are involved in getting sensitive information, the greater chances that it will be leaked and that it will get into the hands of people that will be counterproductive for our safety. Anytime we expand that outside of the most significant intelligence leaders, we enhance the chances others to get that information, thus putting our people at risk.
One more question. Mr. Carter, do you feel like the American people deserve to know and would like to know how many SIAs are entering into the U.S.?
I think the American people would like to be safe and would not like to be put in a position to have information that might ultimately put them at greater risk. It's not about knowing. There's a lot of things that the American people don't know. There's a lot of things that are going on when there's investigations that would inhibit the ability to keep our country safe.
I reclaim my time. Thank you, sir. I want to hit that for a second. I don't feel like the American people, for a second, Mr. Chairman, feel like we're doing a good job keeping them safe. They've lost faith in this institution, and quite frankly, in this administration to keep them safe with what's going on at the southern border. I think they want to know how many SIAs are in this country. I think they deserve to know. And I absolutely believe that this committee needs to know as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I think my Democrat colleagues are confused. My bill will not release any type of personal identification of SIA, special interest aliens. And our government already reports known and suspected terrorists. We already report that information to the public. We already report those numbers. Reporting the numbers of special interest aliens monthly and what countries they come from, reporting that to the American people is transparency. This is not political. This does not attack anyone's identity or race. This is about the safety and security of the United States and the American people that pay their taxes to this government and deserve that information. How this is being portrayed by my Democrat colleagues across the aisle is completely wrong. This bill only provides the numbers once a month to the American people of these types of people that have known terrorist ties or have travel patterns through terrorist nations, and the American people deserve that. I yield back. Thank you.
Ms. Crane, you control the time. Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider amendment number 2 to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Correa. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 9731, offered by Mr. Correa, number 002.
Without objection, the reading is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's clear to all of us here that all of us support transparency for the American people, and we must balance transparency with keeping our citizens safe. This bill will require CBP publish sensitive national security information every month, essentially giving the bad actors around the world real-time updates on DHS operations and intelligence reporting. DHS has never publicly released these numbers on a regular basis because these numbers are law enforcement sensitive and could give away crucial information to the bad guys. This bill provides ample opportunities to tip off the bad guys by letting them know what nationalities are getting in enhanced screening. This bill will let people know what nationalities are getting enhanced screening in real time and exactly where CBP officers and agents have been stopping these immigrants. Criminal organizations could use this information to adjust their operations and try to avoid enhanced inspections. And my colleague from Arizona was asking a specific question there, and I can tell you, sir, that this bill requires publications of the countries and the place that the actual encounters are taking place. This essentially will enable the bad guys to figure out where we are placing our resources. All of us support greater transparency and accountability, but not at the expense of tipping off the bad guys and criminal organizations who wish to do this country harm. My amendment essentially inserts a text of Senator Cornyn's Southern Border Transparency Act of 2023. Senator Cornyn's bill just passed the Senate by unanimous consent last week. It's something that all of us can get behind, and it will give the American people more information about what's going on at the border. Senator Cornyn's bill, my amendment, would require that CBP publicly share additional information on migrants who receive parole on a monthly basis. It would also require quarterly detailed public reports on the migrants encountered along the southern border and how CBP processes these cases. This bill would be the first time that DHS is required to publicly report on what happens to migrants after they are encountered by CBP at the border. The public would get to know how many people received and This bill will let people know how many folks are actually received and passed credible fear screenings, as well as to how many migrants were placed in detention, removal, or released into our communities. And none of this information in my amendment puts our national security at risk. If we are serious about our national security, we must be thoughtful about the data we make public. We need to make sure that we are not sharing sensitive information that bad actors could use to do us harm. In essence, the underlying bill will tip off for terrorists as to how to avoid enhanced screening and vetting by CBP. My amendment would keep Americans safe while still forcing DHS to be more transparent with the American public. And let me be clear, DHS has expressed security concerns with this legislation. That's why I'm offering an amendment, Senator Cornyn's bill, that passed the Senate unanimously just last week. And just an FYI to all of us, those 19 individuals that attacked us on 9/11 were not SIAs. They were visa-holding immigrants. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. To my friend from California, to the committee, I'll say something that's probably going to shock my Republican colleagues here, but I urge everybody to support the language that you are advocating for. However, not in the form of this amendment. This already exists. The language of this amendment already exists. And Mr. Chairman, if you'll allow me, I'd like to enter this into the record, which is kind of strange because it's already in the record. HR 6523.
Be admitted without objection.
The amendment that we're considering here, and I totally agree with it, I'm glad to know, but I'm looking at the co-sponsor list and there's not a single person on this committee on the other side of the aisle. It's a co-sponsor of 6523, which is the exact language of my good friend, Mr. Correa's.
Would gentlemen yield?
Sure.
So my good friend from Texas, you've been to the SCIF. I believe we both have been to the targeting center here in Washington, right outside. And all of us signed documents saying you shall not disclose the information on the individuals on that special interest list, where they come from, what they're being targeted for. There's a reason we signed that document, because that's sensitive information that I believe DHS uses to target and protect our country. I'm not sure why we would want to disclose that information. And I would offer...
Lou, let me reclaim my time on it. I agree with the language that you're offering as an amendment, but I think we should do both. That's Ms. Henson's bill. She's the co-sponsor, the companion bill to Cornyn's bill in the Senate. It's 6523. It sounds like everybody's in favor of that. I hope that you will co-sponsor it by the end of the day, because that's already being considered. It was a UC procedure. Not a single Democrat in the Senate objected to it. But let me explain. So I'm glad to know that we're going to have.
Will you yield?
Let me explain my rationale for SIAs. It took months in this committee to get this administration to release the KSTs, known or suspected terror numbers. And we now know that there were less than 20 in the 4 years that President Trump was president. But we also now know, thanks to the efforts of this committee under the leadership of Chairman Green and the pressure that was applied to the administration, that there are almost 400 people who match the KST list, the known or suspected terror list. When we talk about classified information, I'm glad you brought that up. The reason that we classify certain information, this is classification, these are national security. Classified information is done so to protect sources, tactics, techniques, procedures, and other information that leads you to the sourcing of that material. Law enforcement sensitive, however, is something completely different. But the numbers and even the countries, the American public is screaming for this information. And this is personal to me. This is personal to me. Because over 2 years ago, I had a sheriff call me from Kimball County, Texas, and he said we had a special interest alien, and much to the chagrin of our other colleagues that have said that this is somehow a term of defamation. No, this is not. Department of Homeland Security says that this is a non-U.S. person who, based on analysis of travel patterns, potentially poses a national security risk to the United States or its interests. Our country deserves to know this number and where they are from. I'll give you 20 seconds because I'm going to take back that last minute.
Just all of the above, but understand DHS has concerns with this legislation. I would offer our colleague from Georgia to go back and work with DHS to come up with some language that they can
I'm
accept.
going to take my time back. You're right, and that's not surprising, and that's the reason that we impeached Mayorkas, because we don't see eye to eye on the security of our country.
You don't trust our men and women in the front lines?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about,
Yeah, that's
I'm sure
DHS.
it's not surprising. It's not surprising that DHS has a problem with this, because the information
No,
is
well-
damning. It's absolutely damning, and we have SIAs coming into this country at a number that is overwhelming us. It is absolutely.
We have a worldwide
questionable.
refugee challenge.
Well, the gentleman
This is an issue for all of us to address, not as ours,
The
but
gentleman from Texas.
the American
The
public
gentleman from Texas controls
are
the
relying
time.
us in our good work.
Ms. Cray, the gentleman from Texas controls the time. Thank you. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Yield to my colleague from Georgia.
Gentleman yields.
Thank you. I'd actually like to inform you that DHS does not have a problem with this bill. As a matter of fact, they gave input to the committee about this bill and made suggestions, and we added them. So it is a complete falsehood that DHS has a problem with this bill. I yield back, Mr. Pfluger. Thank you.
I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's
You
time.
didn't take all of their suggestions, ma'am. You didn't take all of their suggestions, just some of
The
them.
gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes the gentleman from the state of New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for this important discussion. I want to thank Congressman Correa for bringing this amendment to the floor. I'm fully supportive of this amendment. It clarifies what we're trying to do here and keep our borders safe. It's bipartisan. It's a strong alternative to what's been proposed that, if not amended, would put our country at risk. And so we need to move forward in a way that increases transparency, increases communication, and does not tip off terrorists around the globe that wish to do us harm. And this is a bipartisan approach. So I think we should take this amendment by Mr. Correa into consideration immediately, vote it up. Let's do it in a bipartisan fashion. I've seen this committee do bipartisan work before. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Does the gentleman yield back? Gentleman yields. Does any other member wish to be recognized? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you. I think it's very important to understand that the CBP website already releases the terrorist screening data set. That information is already made available, and that does not hurt our government's ability to locate and track down terrorists. These are numbers. These are numbers. Telling the American people the number of special interest aliens coming across our border and what countries they are from every single month does not hurt our government's ability. It doesn't tell our enemies any information. What it does, it tells the American people what a bad job this government is doing. That's what it's transparency. It tells the taxpayers and the American
this
people
legislation, ma'am.
that, you know what, I support the legislation you're trying to introduce, and I support it separately. But playing politics and trying to cover up for the failures of Secretary Mayorkas and the Biden administration's DHS by introducing an amendment and trying to replace my bill text with another bill is disingenuous, and it shouldn't be done. No, I'm not yet. No, I'm going to keep talking. There's something also important that people need to know. We had a hearing in here, and one of our witnesses, Aaron Heitke, who was a retired chief Border Patrol agent, he quoted simultaneously, in San Diego, we had an exponential increase in special interest aliens. These are aliens with significant ties to terrorism. Prior to this administration, the San Diego sector averaged 10 to 15 SIAs per year, 10 to 15 per year. Once word was out that the border was far easier to cross, San Diego went over 100 SIAs in 2022, way over 100 SIAs in 2023, and more than that this year. These are only the ones we caught. At the same time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public that there was no threat at the border. End quote. This is what a retired Chief Border Patrol agent said, Aaron Heitke. He said he was told he wasn't allowed to release it to convince the public that there was no problem. That's lying to the American people about the threat that they live under every single day. And introducing an amendment to replace this bill text continues the lie and the cover-up. Lying about the numbers, not names, not the ability, not how they tracked these people down, not how they caught them, not how they arrested them. It's just telling the number. And the American people absolutely deserve that number, at least once a month, from the government that is supposed to protect them. The federal government has a duty to the states, all 50 states, a sworn duty in the Constitution to protect the states from invasion. This government has completely failed to do that. And your amendment, Mr. Correa, is another effort to cover it up. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized? Mr. Goldman, do you wish to be recognized?
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Correa.
To my colleague from Georgia, all of us here are for transparency. Cover-ups don't work. Eventually, you get to the truth. The sooner the better, especially when it pertains to the national defense, security of our citizens in this country. In this situation, ma'am, you took some of the amendments, but not all the amendments or the language that was recommended to you by DHS. All I'm asking is you pull back and let's talk national security. I've been to the targeting center, like all of you I'm sure have gone there, to address SIAs and their characteristics and where they come from. I would like to speak more, but I signed a contract that said I cannot disclose. But the bottom line is, what we want to do is come up with some good common sense legislation. Senator Cornyn is moving in that direction. I would say we take the lead and continue to work with him. Love to go back and talk to DHS about what you accepted and what you didn't accept. Always balancing information, transparency with national security. And I have to tell you that I trust our men and women at DHS protecting our country. And they are the ones that make the final decision as to what we should know, what the public should know, and what they need to know to make sure the bad guys don't game us when it comes to deploying our resources at the border or any other places internationally. I want to yield to my colleague, Mr. Carter.
It appears that your obsession is more with Secretary Mayorkas and Biden than it is with safety of the American people. No one is disagreeing that we want to have the information. No one is disagreeing that we want our national security people to go after the bad guys and to make sure that we are following their movement. The difference is you want to put our people, our law enforcement agents, at risk. And to make a point that is a political point to demonstrate your angst or displeasure with Secretary Mayorkas, fine, you have that right. You do not have the right to try to hoodwink the American people into believing that you want to do what's in their best interest when truly what you want to do is to grandstand and to try to further shame someone that you think didn't do a good job. I'm not here to defend Secretary Mayorkas, but we all are here to defend the American people. I yield.
Mr. Carter, you yield back to Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman, you control the remainder of the time.
I do.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Do any other members wish to be recognized? The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
I just think it's pretty disingenuous. Nobody's trying to, nobody has an obsession with Secretary Mayorkas. Yes, did we want to see him impeached? Absolutely, because of the job that he was doing. But let's be honest, and Mr. Pfluger said it well. One of the reasons for the classifications that we put around things is to protect methods and sources. By releasing the numbers, not
the methods at which how we caught them, or the sources that tipped us off or led us to information. We're not releasing any of that information. We're just trying to illuminate the numbers, not only to this committee, but to the people that we're here to represent that have lost trust in our ability to protect them. So, I support, Lou's, my good friend from California, in his efforts. I just don't think it has any part in stripping out the language in Ms. Green's bill. I want to yield some time to my friend from Texas.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
Okay, so that makes, so I see the friction point between the classification levels and the department's sharing of that information. Mr. Crane's statement makes sense to me, so can we have a discussion, please?
Sure. But this bill also.
I yield to you, go ahead, sorry.
Thank you.
I mean,
Ms. Latrell,
Thank you, Mr. Latrell. This bill.
let me interrupt. Ms. Latrell, you need to yield back to Mr. Crane, and Mr. Crane wishes
Mr. Crane,
to
I
yield,
yield.
and I'm happy to do
I'll
that.
yield 10 seconds to Mr. Correa.
This legislation also requires that you tell them where they were caught. So what you're saying is, you're telling people on a monthly basis where you're targeting, where most of your apprehensions are coming from.
But that doesn't, Mr. Correa, that doesn't divulge method or sources. Just telling people where they were caught does not divulge methods or sources, right?
And Mr. Crane, I guess we're going to disagree on this one, because I'd rather go back to the experts, which is DHS, to say, what do you feel good about disclosing? What don't you feel good about disclosing?
Well, Mr. Correa, would you admit that they have a political reason to not want these numbers released because of the increase in numbers of SIAs that are coming in under this administration?
Eli, Congressman Crane, the men and women at our front lines, I don't believe are motivated by politics.
I agree with you, sir. And I think most people on this committee agree with that. We're not concerned with the men and women on the front lines. We're concerned with leadership that is going to take the accountability, and they're going to take the incoming for the rise in SIAs coming through the southern border. That's where we have the problem, sir.
Very quickly, I'd like to invite a couple of you to go with me to the targeting center so you can hear. So you've been, so you know SIAs are not all the same. There's a lot of stuff there. But, how high up to the politics? I'm not defending Mayorkas. I'm defending the frontline folks that are actually doing the job. And I think that's where we have the disagreement. Is this stuff, this information proper to disclose or not? That's really the issue. I'm for disclosure. Ms. Green, I'm with you. I just don't know if this information is proper. That's where I go back to DHS. And we have a question of fact here. My colleague from Georgia says she worked with DHS. Our information is you didn't work completely with DHS. And that's where I think with the question of fact pops up.
Okay, well, I respect you, Mr. Correa. I know we're going to have a difference of opinion here. Mr. Latrell, did you want to say something? Okay, I yield. Ms. Green?
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to enter for the record, Mr. Chairman, a tweet from May 29th, 2024, just some months ago, by Chief Jason Owens, stating U.S. BP agents in Santa Teresa, New Mexico, apprehended 6 special interest migrants, aliens, from Morocco. This is exactly what my bill does.
Without objection, it'll be entered into the record.
Thank you.
Do you yield back to Mr. Crane? Ms. Crane, she's yielded back to you. You control the time.
Yes, I yield back.
Mr. Crane yields back. Any other members wish to speak? The chair recognizes at this time the ranking member of the committee, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say that the Correa Amendment, which adopts the Cornyn language, which is already passed, if we pass it, requiring the reporting requirement as listed, then we can move this bill to the floor in short order and have the necessary reporting completed. So I would support the Correa Amendment and the reporting, which is basically the same language that was adopted on the Senate side by the Cronin Amendment. And if you want to say any more about your amendment, Ms. Correa, I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Do any other members wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, if there's no further debate, the question is agreeing to the amendment and the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Correa. So again, to be clear, this is the amendment to the amendment and the nature of a substitute. With that, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, please, with no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it, and the amendment to the amendment nature of substitute is not agreed to. Mr. Ranking Member.
Ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Committee Rule 7C. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. The committee will now take a brief recess, and we will reconvene shortly for votes on the postponed requested votes. With that, we stand in recess. Whatever you say. We're in recess.
Committee will come to order. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7C, proceedings will now resume on further questions previously postponed in the following order. Motion to report H.R. 9770 as amended, myself. Motion to report H.R. 9768, Mr. Swalwell. Motion to report H.R. 5729 as amended, Mr. Pfluger. Agreeing to the amendment in the nature of a substitute, H.R. 9731 offered by Mr. Correa. Committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote to report H.R. 9770 as amended, the Cyber Pivot Act, to the House with a favorable recommendation on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins of Louisiana. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop of North Carolina. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green of Georgia. Ms. Green of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas. Mr. Gonzalez of Texas votes aye. Mr. LaLota.
Aye.
Mr. LaLota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. How you doing? Mr. Ezell votes aye. Yo. Mr. De-Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson. Ranking Member Thompson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivey. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mrs. McIver.
Aye.
Mrs. McIver votes aye. Ms. Clark of New York. Mr. Green?
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
The chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 27 ayes and 0 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote to report H.R. 9768, the JCDC Act, to the House with a favorable recommendation on which the ayes have prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins. Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez. Yes. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino. No. Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green of Georgia. Ms. Green of Georgia votes no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. LaLota. No. Mr. LaLota votes no. Mr. Ezell. No. Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. De-Esposito. No. Mr. De-Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee. No. Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes no. Ranking Member Thompson.
Aye.
Ranking Member Thompson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Correa.
Aye.
Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter. Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar. Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner. Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes aye. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes aye. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mrs. McIver. Mrs. McIver votes aye. Ms. Clark in New York. Ms. Clark votes aye.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded?
How was Higgins recorded?
Mr. Higgins is recorded as having voted aye.
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no.
How am I recorded?
The chairman is not recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes were 17 and the nays were 13.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion is to reconsider is laid on the table. The committee postponed further proceedings on the recorded vote to report H.R. 5729 as amended by Mr. Pfluger to the House with a favorable recommendation on which the ayes had prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
Aye.
Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green of Georgia. Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. De-Esposito. Mr. De-Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson. Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar. Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Ramirez. Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mrs. McIver. Mrs. McIver votes no. Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no.
How am I recorded?
The chairman has not been recorded.
The chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 17 ayes and 13 nays.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Committee postponed further proceedings on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 9731 offered by Mr. Correa, on which the noes had prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins.
No.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Guest. No. Mr. Guest votes no. Mr. Bishop. No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Jimenez? Mr. Jimenez votes no. Mr. Pfluger? Mr. Pfluger votes no. Mr. Garbarino? Mr. Garbarino votes no. Ms. Green? Ms. Green votes no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez votes no. Mr. Lalota? Mr. Lalota votes no. Mr. Ezell? Mr. Ezell votes no. Mr. D'Esposito? Mr. D'Esposito votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Luttrell? Mr. Luttrell votes no. Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong votes no. Mr. Burkeen? Mr. Burkeen votes no. Mr. Crane? Mr. Crane votes no. Ranking Member Thompson?
Aye.
Ranking Member Thompson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Correa? Aye. Mr. Correa votes aye. Mr. Carter? Yes. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Tanadar? Aye. Mr. Tanadar votes aye. Mr. Magaziner? Aye. Mr. Magaziner votes aye. Mr. Ivy? Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mrs. Ramirez? Mr. Menendez? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi votes aye. Mr. Kennedy? Mr. Kennedy votes aye. Mrs. McIver? Mrs. McIver votes aye. Ms. Clark? Ms. Clark votes aye.
Are there other members who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
Chairman has not yet been recorded.
Chair votes no. The clerk will report to tally.
Chairman Green votes no. On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 11 ayes and 17 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now is on agreeing to the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by Ms. Green. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on reporting the bill. H.R. 9731 is amended by Mrs. Green to the House with a favorable recommendation. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McCall. Mr. Higgins. Aye. Mr. Higgins votes aye. Mr. Guest. Aye. Mr. Guest votes aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Jimenez. Aye. Mr. Jimenez votes aye. Mr. Pfluger. Mr. Pfluger votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Aye. Mr. Garbarino votes aye. Ms. Green. Ms. Green votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Lalota. Mr. Lalota votes aye. Mr. Ezell. Mr. Ezell votes aye. Mr. D'Esposito. Mr. D'Esposito votes aye. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Luttrell. Mr. Luttrell votes aye. Mr. Strong. Mr. Strong votes aye. Mr. Burkeen. Mr. Burkeen votes aye. Mr. Crane. Mr. Crane votes aye. Ranking Member Thompson.
Nay.
Ranking Member Thompson votes no. Mr. Swalwell. No. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Correa. No. Mr. Correa votes no. Mr. Carter. No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Tanadar. No. Mr. Tanadar votes no. Mr. Magaziner. No. Mr. Magaziner votes no. Mr. Ivy. Mr. Goldman. No. Mr. Goldman votes no. Mr. Garcia. Mrs. Ramirez. No. Mrs. Ramirez votes no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez votes no. Mr. Swazi. No. Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy votes no. Mrs. McIver. No. Mrs. McIver votes no. Mrs. Clark. Ms. Clark votes no.
Are there other members in the room who wish to have their vote recorded? How am I recorded?
Chairman has not yet been recorded.
Chair votes aye.
Chairman Green votes aye.
The clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chairman, there were 17 ayes and 13 noes.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, staff is authorized to make any recommended or required technical and conforming changes to reflect the actions of the committee. This concludes the consideration of the bills noticed by the committee for today. Ranking member, you recognize.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to Clause 2L of Rule 11, I request that members have 2 calendar days to file with the clerk of the committee supplemental, additional, or minority views on the measures order reported by the committee today.
So ordered. There being no further business and without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Already?